of the heavy weight of being. You are not alone, my love. You are not alone. Though fear boils all around and you feel without a friend, though pain be overwhelming and hope itself seem dead, you are not alone. I am with you. I have always been by your side. I will always be by your side. Trust in me. Lean on me. Open with me. Open that precious, battered heart, that love may flow once more. Thank you. I wrote that some years ago when I was in a difficult place, and all I could hear was my pain. And I sat down to write, and I asked myself if there was any other voice that could speak to that pain. So for anyone else struggling with drugs or anything else, I really hope that they can find the other voices, not just the voice of the suffering. Okay, so back down to earth. If you don't have your ticket for the after party, then you need to either go into your email and click that link, or you need to go up to the info desk just inside the entrance and get a physical copy. I think at the moment the word is that the best thing is to do is to go and get a physical ticket. And if you're one of those people who looked at the email without clicking the link, then you need to go and get a physical ticket. Okay, so first up today, we have Professor Ole Martin Moen. He has a doctorate in philosophy and is professor of ethics at Oslo Metropolitan University. He works with both theoretical and applied ethics and led a research project titled What Should Not Be Bought and Sold. This morning, he will ask the question, can we create a drug utopia? Please welcome Professor Ole Martin Moen.
Thank you very much, Dominic, for the introduction and for the poem or the lyrics with which you started this and at least put me in a very good, nice, safe spot for introducing what I have imagined will be today's wake-up talk in a way, the thing that can get your attention going. Now, it is very often said in response to those of us who hold a non-judgmental or perhaps a liberal view towards drugs or drugs policy that it is important to consider the long-term perspective. We must think not just of today, but also of tomorrow and of the future, and of our impact on the long term. And that even though we might do things to improve the condition today, or this year, or this decade, that might not be worth it if we do that at the expense of the days and the years and the decades ahead. We have to be long-termists, which is perhaps a term that some of you have heard. And I think it is important when we discuss drugs to take a long-term perspective into account. And I think the most responsible, or at least the most important long-term way of approaching drugs is to ask, can we create a drug utopia? First, what is a utopia? It literally means a no place, a place that doesn't exist but could exist. but the way the term is often used, most often used, and understandably so, it is as the antonym to a dystopia. A dystopia is a place that is very, very bad. A utopia is a place that is very good. As a parallel to euphoria and dysphoria, we have utopia and dystopia. And one might be tempted to thinking that utopian thought, to think in a utopian manner about issues, is something that is fairly new, that it comes with modernity, that it comes with technology, that it comes with science fiction. But actually, utopian thought is much deeper and much more prevalent, I want to argue, than many of us might intuitively think. I think we should see visions of paradise in religions as clearly a form of utopianism. If we look in the Revelation of John in the Bible, we can read that death shall be no more, neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore, for these things shall all have passed. And we can look to other religions as well. They also have their very blissful visions of how existence can be. In the Islamic paradise, in the Jannah, we are promised, if we get in, material and sensuous pleasures that come to no end. And we have a supply of food, of delicious food, and of all kinds of fruit, it says. And in Surah 32, it says that, and no fruit is forbidden. Now, it doesn't say that no mushroom is forbidden, but it does say at least that no fruit is forbidden. But there is, though, irrespective of the mushrooms, which aren't mentioned, there are rivers of wine, and wine that one can drink in the Islamic paradise, although it cannot be drunk here, according to that view, and we shall be in the company of the most beautiful people we can imagine, and we shall be there forever and ever. And there are similar ideas in other religions. In Buddhism and Hinduism, there are those who hold that nirvana is just the erasing of mind, and therefore the erasing of suffering, dukkha, as it's called. There are also many theorists in that tradition which hold that what nirvana is actually not just the absence of dukkha, so the absence of suffering, but it is sukha, which is pleasure. It is divinely good, and ideally it lasts forever and ever. So I think that in the period that we are living now, I suspect that we live in one of the least utopian eras of human history. We live in one of those places in history where we might be concerned with today and tomorrow and next year, but where we're having a really long-term perspective and keeping an eye on the potentially enormously good and hoping for that and trying to act for that. That is something that we don't really do that much anymore, and I think we are historically not unique, but we are sort of unique in that we are far less utopian than people usually have been. Now, how does this relate to the topic of drugs and of our responsible drug policy, or how we should think about drugs? I think one of the central, if I'm going to get one one idea across today, this morning, is that we should be careful and we should be critical towards the view that the use of drugs can be justified within, and perhaps only within, what we might call a therapeutic context or a medical context, where the aim ultimately just is to cure illness. And an illness really is when we are functioning or feeling below the baseline level for what is regarded as healthy and normal, and to lift those who are below up to that threshold. Now, that is, of course, a really good thing, but it is important that in the discussion about drugs, we can learn something from the debate that is going on within the sphere of bioethics, which is where I mainly work. And there we have a discussion about what is called enhancement. And enhancement is to use a medical technology or a drug not just for the sake of curing the ill, but for the sake of trying to elevate the baseline, to get above the baseline, and to use technologies to make things as good as we responsibly can with the technologies that we have. And I think we should, with respect to drugs and technology, we should probably be more modest and more conservative than Christianity and Islam and Hinduism, because those visions of paradise might be beyond what we will be able to ever create. But shouldn't we approximate? Shouldn't we try, when we think about drugs and drug policy, to think if it could be possible? Could we create drug experiences that feel enormously good, that are very pleasant, that enhance loving and kindness, but that is able to do so without the opposite, its downside, coming a few days or weeks or years later when the, for example, serotonin system is depleted? Could there be ways that we could actually create a much better world for us, to have much larger levels of well-being for people through the use of pharmaceuticals? And it seems pretty plain to me, as a philosopher, that this is within the very wide sphere of what we call a practical problem. Because what goes on in our minds and in our brains are neurochemical processes. I don't think there's anything spooky in addition to that. So it is a question, really, of neurochemical control, neurochemical manipulation. And I think we should think in approaching drugs and drug policy to try to envision the kinds of futures that we really wish, not just for ourselves, but for our children and our grandchildren, and to take a long-term perspective on drug policy that is not just about avoiding harms, although that is important, but it is a bit depressing. It's also important to keep one's mind fixed on what we hope for, even though it might not come to fruition. Of course, we might not be able to do these things, but the Christian virtue of hope really is the virtue of being able to put one's eyes on a really wonderful thing, a wonderful state of affairs in the future, and to be able to be motivated by that vision here and now in the life that we're living here. And I think those of us who are interested in drug policy should cultivate thinking about paradisic visions, thinking about how great things actually could be and not just limit ourselves to thinking about harms and about harm reduction, because it is truly important for us to have like a leading star within our own mind about that really motivates us to get up and get something done and to make the future better. And I think that drugs, being technological ways of hacking our neurochemistry, are really powerful technologies, and they are dangerous technologies. Surely they are, but they are also technologies that offer great hope, and I think that hope is something that we should kindle, that we should embrace, and that we should let warm our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ole Martin. Next up, Dagfinn Hessen-Paust will address regulatory dilemmas in cannabis policy. Dagfinn is a lawyer and criminal defense attorney specializing in drug laws. He is one of the founding members of the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policy, where he has been employed as Chief Scientific Officer since 2017. Dagfinn works on the development of new policy solutions and works closely with the association's Scientific Advisory Committee to ensure that their work is grounded in science and best practice. Please welcome Dagfinn Hessen-Paust.
So I was asked today to talk about some of the regulatory dilemmas, as I've called them, or challenges that we face when discussing the regulation of cannabis as a recreational drug. I stress recreational drug. This is not about the medicinal uses. So I will be going into some of the more overarching problems. I'm sure we could talk for hours on the many sub-dilemmas that arise. But of course, before we discuss the problems themselves, we have to specify what goals we have in mind when regulating a drug. So I'm going to make some assumptions in this talk. I'm going to assume that the policies that we set out to make have the goal of trying to minimize harms and costs. We may also want, of course, to maximize or at least facilitate pleasure, quality of life, etc. But in this Nordic tradition of public health thinking and health economics thinking, this tends to be the prevailing methodology. So the harms and costs that we're trying to address with drug regulation, I think can be divided into the following three categories. So for one, the harms and costs of drug consumption, in this case primarily cannabis consumption. The harms and costs of illicit distribution, so the criminal market and organized crime associated with illicit distribution, but also the harms and costs associated with policy enforcement. So these are the assumptions I'm making at the beginning of this talk. So to clarify, when we talk about the harms and costs of consumption, we have some proxies. We have some specific measures that we would like to reduce, I think. And I think most people could agree that one of these is excessive consumption. With most drugs and cannabis as well, we would like to see consumption be at a level where it doesn't become particularly problematic. And with excessive consumption, often it does, right? So with daily or near daily, very frequent use, we do see some health issues associated with cannabis use, and we would like to mitigate those. But also we would like to mitigate more or less any level of use, or at least any significant level of use among the very vulnerable and very young populations, especially the very young, but also perhaps people with a very high risk of psychosis and so on. And of course, with any drug, we would like to limit or prevent untimely use. We don't want people to be intoxicated while driving or while parenting or going to work and operating heavy machinery, etc. And we would like for the consumption of harder drugs or hard drugs, and you may include alcohol in that calculus if you will, to be as low as possible relative to the consumption of a less harmful drug. So in this case with cannabis, if there is some increase in cannabis consumption at the expense of, say, opioids or whatever, then that might be a good thing, right? So with the illicit market, often people are not very clear about how they quantify the illicit market as an evil, as such, as something that we want to combat. So often we hear about the number or the portion of the total buyers that are purchasing illicitly. So we hear, for instance, that, say, that 70% of cannabis users in Canada are now purchasing their cannabis from illicit sources exclusively. And people will claim that this tells us a lot about our success in legalizing cannabis in Canada. And I would beg to differ, because unless we know how much each of these consumers is consuming, we really have no idea what this tells us about success. Unless what we're concerned about is just the effects of being in contact with an illicit market. Of course, there are some harms there as well. We may also be concerned about how many people are active in this illicit market as sellers. For instance, if youth are being recruited into organized crime, that's definitely relevant. But at the end of the day, I think what we're really concerned about as the dominant measure of success is the net illicit revenue. So how much money is going into this illicit market? How much money is going into organized crime? And of course, you would have to deduct a little bit of taxation there, because anything that is money laundered does eventually get taxed. But money laundering is also not a good thing for society, right? And then with policy enforcement, there are, of course, the direct expenditures. How much does it cost to just employ people to enforce the policy? That's a cost to society. But you also have many negative externalities, as all of you know, especially with criminalization of consumers. This becomes a big issue. Those externalities might not be worth it. But at the same time, we have to look at the values that the policy creates. So, for instance, the revenue from taxes and from fines might have to come into the calculus as well. And also jobs, employment that is generated by regulation enforcement. So it's a big calculus, right? So to start with here, what legal paradigm, what main framework holds the most promise when we want to ensure that cannabis is responsibly regulated? And I've used a wonderful, very clear illustration from Transform, Steve. Kudos, that shows us how there's a spectrum and there's this optimal range, right? That is here shown in the middle, where you're still within this framework of a legal supply, but it's strictly regulated. And of course, the main advantages of having this controlled legal supply, obviously, it's the most effective remedy versus the illicit market, because if there exists no illicit market, then the illicit market is the only alternative. That's a no-brainer. And also, empirically, we see that the illicit market is smaller where there are illicit markets, especially ones that have existed for a long time. So most Norwegians, for instance, are not purchasing alcohol illicitly, even though some do. You also have a lot more tools at your disposal within this legal supply paradigm, right? There are many ways of manipulating consumer behavior and thus consumption and even the distribution of consumption. These tools don't exist in the prohibition paradigm. And of course, tax revenue is usually more lucrative than fines, unless the fines are just exorbitantly high. So the costs of regulation can be offset by tax revenue to some extent, much more so than the costs of prohibition regulation can be offset with fines. And of course, we have to acknowledge some of the advantages. There are some to prohibition. So one is that it's most likely an impediment to at least the full normalization of a drug. Most drugs do tend to become more socially accepted when they're a legal commodity. So we're not talking about punishing users, we're talking about the status of the drug, the commodity. And You could also argue that there is a lower risk with prohibition of so-called regulatory capture, so industry basically dictating regulations or dictating policy. But I did put a question mark there because there are countries that have experienced levels of corruption and organized crime that sort of call this into question. But it depends on what kind of society, what kind of risk factors that it has from before. So to the dilemmas that arise from this. The most obvious one is, are we primarily looking to limit harmful drug use, or are we primarily looking to shrink the illicit market? This is the most obvious sort of dichotomy here, because we know that the daily and near daily users for cannabis, and for most drugs, or probably all drugs, to the extent that they can be used often, so not LSD, for instance, they're subject to this Pareto principle, Pareto's law. They make up the lion's share of demand. They are pretty much most of the market. That means that the legal supply, if it's going to shrink the illicit market and compete with the illicit market to any really significant extent, has to somehow appeal to this group of consumers. Now, that is if you want to impact the market share, so the proportion, but obviously you can impact market value as well simply by just reducing all prices through competition. So that's another approach that's possible and often not mentioned in this discussion. So these users, the daily, near daily users, they tend to be more price sensitive because they just consume a lot. They're buying a lot, so price matters. And they tend to have higher tolerance. Some of them are very tolerant. So these consumers will only accept a legal supply that allows for affordable price, fairly potent product, and of course access in fairly large quantities. So this is a challenge, because we know that when accessibility and affordability increases, historically so does consumption, total consumption. And we also know that when this happens, the heavy use, so to speak, or the daily and near daily use, and also how much the daily and near daily users are consuming, tends to increase in concert, and tends to increase as well. This is the so-called total consumption model that we've seen documented many times in alcohol, tobacco policy, even gambling policy. I mean, we also see it to some extent with cannabis. But what you can see here from this study from 2019 is that cannabis consumption in the United States has increased considerably over the past couple of decades. And so has heavy consumption, and daily and near daily consumption. So it has increased in concert, like I said. However, what we see is that so-called cannabis use disorder, so problematic cannabis use, problematic in the sense of how it affects behavior and life and the extent to which someone is able to control it, that has not increased to the same extent. So there is no one-to-one correlation between frequent use and problematic use as such. So in fact, we've seen the relative risk of cannabis use disorder in the United States fall considerably with this increase in use. It's sort of like a normalization of the population using cannabis, which is probably to be expected. When something is marginalized, this population is not going to be representative of the population at large. With normalization, it becomes more representative. So the number of risk factors may fall. But beware that this is not necessarily applicable to countries where the baseline prevalence is much lower to begin with. So in a country like Norway, for instance, we shouldn't be too confident that there would be no increase in cannabis use disorder, because we might not have reached the saturation point that the United States seems to have to some extent. And of course, lastly, there is this other epidemiological elephant in the room, the so-called prevention paradox. This is well documented for many things with alcohol and all sorts of lifestyle factors. But what we know is that even a very moderate individual risk starts to matter in the aggregate, so on a population level, if it's quite widespread. So for alcohol, for instance, we've seen that a very large portion of the harms are actually occurring, the total harms rather, are occurring among fairly moderate users, because there's risk of accidents and all sorts of acute effects. The other obvious dilemma is, do we want to enable organized crime, like we're currently doing with cannabis in many countries? Or do we want to enable this predatory legal industry? Because, like we saw, the Pareto principle holds true. In fact, the Pareto principle is too mild. That's an 80-20 distribution. With cannabis, so you have an even more skewed distribution. 10% are consuming 2/3, and 16% are consuming 80%. So the Pareto effective business strategy, as it would be called, is to maximize heavy use and to maximize the number of heavy users. And the potential for an increase in number of heavy users is, ostensibly quite large in countries with a low baseline prevalence. And when you have a legal industry, you have greater marketing reach. You have more lobbying muscle. So again, like I mentioned, the risk of regulatory capture and also the risk of various forms of advertising, even if advertising as such is banned, reaching a lot of people is quite significant. And even state monopolies can conceivably become predatory. Because, so the example in the picture here is the tax-free system in Norway, where basically booze is financing our airports. And if these airports don't have to carry the cost of the health harms from alcohol in the health care system, then the airports become predatory. But also with cannabis or other drugs where possibly the harms are more concentrated to the heavy users, and they don't have so many third-party externalities. And maybe they don't have very high medical bills. It just affects their quality of life, their relationships, etc. Maybe the state would be fine with sacrificing this little group in order to get a lot of tax revenue, right? So that's also something you would want to avoid. So as an overview, we can sort of say that this is like a trilemma, I guess. We don't want to end up where there's a lot of harmful drug use, we don't want a lot of organized crime, and we also don't want a lot of harmful enforcement. We want to be in the middle here. And of course, along all of these axes, you have other sub-dilemmas that I'm not going to get into. But how do we go about placing ourselves solidly in the middle? I would argue that the current sort of standard models for alcohol, for tobacco, historically haven't really been that great at that. They've sort of been closer to the top apex. And of course, the prohibitionist models for historically illicit drugs have been much closer to the bottom left apex. Well, I'm going to speculate a little bit now. But when something isn't working optimally, then maybe you should try something else, something new. So what if, to start with, we primarily limited the physical access to drugs instead of their affordability. So instead of just making it really expensive to use cannabis, we just try to affect how easily someone can get a hold of a certain amount. And what I mean is not just the conventional sort of thresholds, like we say that there can only be so many dispensaries in an area, so people have to travel this far to get there, or that the opening hours are only this much. Because the effect the effect you risk by doing that is that once someone gets there, they stockpile, they buy in bulk. And then they have the fridge or the cupboard full of some drug. And that's not ideal, because then accessibility is super high until they run out. But there are some other ways of limiting accessibility. So one is basically just on-premise serving. Everybody's familiar with this. Any kind of bar, in at least this country and many others, isn't going to let you take the beer home. It has to be consumed there. And once you're there, consuming it there are some mechanisms for ensuring that you don't drink too much, right? And the shisha bar that you see here as well, the shisha is stationary. You go to this place to get the drugs. So you could imagine all sorts of versions of this, even the classical heroin clinic, where the drug is accessible on premise, and that allows basically regulators to have full control with consumption, including like what days this facility is even open, etc., and to whom it's open. But there are other devices in this category. You have rationing, which is historically sort of exotic, but it's made a comeback with cannabis clubs, cannabis social clubs, as some people know them. And we're going to hear a really interesting lecture later on about Malta, which has really embraced this model and is doing some exciting, innovative things, as far as I know. But rationing is truly a ceiling on consumption. It basically gives someone, say, a monthly or a daily or weekly amount that they can purchase. It doesn't have to be expensive, but they only get that amount. So in the picture in the illustration, we have an alcohol rationing card from Spitsbergen, Svalbard, where there still is this type of alcohol policy, although there's an exemption for wine, because I guess it's a social class thing. So beer and liquor is rationed, but wine, that's culture, as someone said yesterday. So it's kind of funny. There is some interesting research from Tor Nordström, a Swedish alcohol researcher, showing that when Sweden rationed all alcohol stronger than regular wine from, I believe it was 1917 to 1955 in various iterations, when they abolished this system, they saw a huge decline in cirrhosis mortality. It was basically the strongest indicator of alcoholism in society, the people dying from cirrhosis of the liver. And that decline was actually, by some accounts, potentially larger than what you saw when prohibition was abolished in the US. And this was not for all alcohol, just stronger than wine. Also, there's a variation on this that you can call self-rationing, or you can call it a commitment quota. This is not currently used for drugs, although I know of some cannabis clubs in Spain that have a similar thing. But basically, you are allowed to set your own quota, your own limit for a visit to a cannabis club, or for a week or for a month. But once you've set it, you're committed to it. You can decide to set it lower throughout the period. You cannot decide to set it higher, then you have to wait. So there's a bias towards moderation. And in gambling, including the Norwegian state gambling monopoly, Norsk Tipping, there are some very interesting results from research showing that this does have a moderating effect, but it would probably have a much larger effect on drugs because it's a physical good. You can't just go to another website, right? So yeah, the rationale behind this idea of just looking at accessibility instead of affordability, basically you can cap individual consumption and also diversion. So someone who has only this amount, they can't divert more than their own amount to some kid who's too young to buy it, right? And there's also a longer path to the illicit market, because if it's cheap, which it can be, then you're still going to buy the legal stuff first, and then you will maybe consider buying from or just getting some from a friend who hasn't spent their own quota, and then you will consider the illicit market, at which time maybe it's not worth it to many people. And as a fun fact, you could also regulate concomitant use of drugs with this type of approach. Everybody knows that you can do it with serving. Of course, you go to a bar, you're not allowed to smoke cannabis at a bar in Norway. So that reduces the amount of simultaneous use of alcohol and cannabis at a Norwegian bar. But you could flip it around. You could have a serving place for cannabis that doesn't allow alcohol or inebriated people coming in. So that allows you to regulate concomitant use, and you can do the same with rationing conceivably by having this points-based system where using your points for one thing costs points for another thing. You could get even more creative with this if you want to, because if price is no longer the primary thing, and we're no longer trying to make things really expensive, then what do we do with price? Well, we can still do something with price, I would suggest. We could turn price into a sort of behavioral nudge instead. People care about price, but when they have no way of getting around price, then of course they tend to swallow the bitter pill and just pay up. But let's imagine, for instance, a reverse bulk discount. Everybody knows a bulk discount. You can pay less per unit if you buy many units, right? But this is the opposite. So you're rewarded for making a smaller purchase, purchasing a smaller amount, by the unit price changing, right? So here we have this simple illustration that if you buy 5, it costs less than if you per unit if you buy 9. And the idea behind this could, for instance, be to dissuade the casual users, the people who only smoke cannabis every once in a while or use once in a while, from purchasing in bulk. Because if they purchase in bulk and they just have it stockpiled at home, then the risk of them becoming habitual regular users and tolerant and all this stuff increases. So this could be an interesting nudge for casual users, right? But you can also get even more creative if you embrace the model that I mentioned earlier, where, for instance, in a cannabis club, the quota is adjustable and you can commit to your own quota. Well, you could reward a lower quota with a slightly lower price. Not expensive for anyone, but even less expensive for the moderate people. And basically, you could use that to force people to consider how much they actually need, which is an interesting exercise. We know this from behavioral economics, that planning and considering what you need tends to affect consumption. Also, this problem of the heavy users being the most profitable. Can we do something about that? So an ad valorem tax, everybody is familiar with, like a VAT, for instance, moms in Norwegian. It's a percentage of the retail price. So if you change the price, well, the tax follows as a percentage. So what if we put this type of tax as a progressive tax on some kind of useful proxy for heavy consumption? So for instance, cannabis potency. We know that the people who want the strongest cannabis are usually the people with tolerance, and the people with tolerance tend to be frequent users, which is what we're trying to reduce. So if we just put a very progressive tax on THC content like this, and we don't allow the vendors to just increase price a lot, we could even say that they couldn't increase the price, then basically we're just eating off their profits. So you could get a picture like this where you have a lot of units with a high potency being purchased, and that's still a little bit less profitable than if they had just bought fewer units with a lower potency. Also, if you have the kind of commitment quota that I mentioned, you could also do this basically just taxing the quota. So the higher someone sets their quota, then the less profit per unit the industry is left with. Now, the extreme version is what I'm showing here, where basically someone using more is less profitable than someone using less, but you could also just balance it out to make them equally profitable or just slightly more profitable or whatever. But these are some general ideas, and what it could accomplish is the industry goals might then be more aligned with the goals of public health. Going back to what I said about a potentially predatory state, you could have this adversarial model, for instance, with a cannabis club, which is then private, like a non-profit private thing, for instance, where it's in the club's interest to have people reduce their consumption through this commitment quota, because that's when the club makes the most money. But the state makes the most money off this higher consumption, just like today, because the tax goes to the state, but the state is not the entity interacting with the consumers. And finally, I think there's a strong argument to be made for trying to have a differentiated system. This is not a novel idea. Uruguay has something very similar to this already, although I think there's room for improvement in it. But the basis of that system was geniusly designed by people like Steve, who's here today, and it's a very, very interesting starting point. So for instance, you could have this dispensary model, state monopoly or some other organizational form for the casual users, which is regulated in one way. So here we could have, for instance, a fairly high minimum price, because the casual users don't care that much about the price. They're not that price sensitive. But then you could have the reverse bulk discount that I mentioned that incentivizes making smaller purchases. So if someone wants to buy larger amounts, they're incentivized to go buy more often. But as we know from literature, that tends to not happen that much. People forget to go buy it, and then you keep consumption moderate. And in Uruguay, you have the system where people go, they have to book in advance when they go to get cannabis at the pharmacy. And there's some really bad ways of doing that just make the whole thing really cumbersome. But you could do it in a very simple way, for instance, saying that you have to get this booking code 30 minutes in advance or whatever, which just reduces the chance of people trying to game the system by going through the shop again and again, right? And in this model, you could have this progressive tax on potency, which would then encourage the vendors to try to sell milder products that are less addictive and less harmful. But then for the regular users, the cannabis social club model, I think, is much more interesting. And it's possibly a very useful adjunct, because if you have most of the regular users going to the club instead, paying a low price, and with an incentivized commitment quota, like a self-rationing model, like I mentioned, you basically have this apparatus for helping people with a regular consumption avoid that consumption escalating, or even getting them to reduce it to some more acceptable level health-wise. But a very soft nudge, because they're sort of deciding themselves, right? It's just it's a slight price nudge, but they're deciding the limit. And to avoid the casual users just joining the clubs because it's cheap, you could have this monthly fee that everybody pays being a member, and you would have to commit for some number of months. So it's not rational for someone who smokes, every other month, every 3 months, to have to pay in advance for smoking a couple of grams or 5 grams or whatever every single month for a period. So that would keep the two systems separate. And in this system, I think it might be more rational to tax the quota instead of taxing the potency. But that's just a suggestion. I think an interesting consequence of a system like this is that the danger of regulatory capture, like I mentioned earlier, the industry, the people producing the cannabis, trying to liberalize policy through lobbying, is at least ameliorated, if not eliminated, because the most effective way of enacting regulatory capture for lobbyists would be to weaponize the discontent of the majority of consumers. So they could go to some populist party and say that, hey, everybody's annoyed by these really high prices on cannabis, for instance. And then the politicians can go and say, well, we have to reduce prices for all of these unproblematic users who can manage their consumption. But if you have different models, then that does not give them any access to the heavy consumers, the regular users. So they would then have to deregulate the model that is only for the heavy regular users, or specifically at least, which would raise all sorts of questions about why, and you wouldn't get the backing from the majority of more moderate consumers because they're not affected by this regulation. So I think that could be a useful strategy. In addition, I would say, to just limiting industry muscle financially. You can do that through a number of regulations. There have been very interesting proposals about limiting the production size of a cannabis company, for instance, in other countries. But I also think that keeping cannabis quite cheap is an interesting device as well, because cannabis is quite cheap to produce, and it can be quite cheap to purchase. And if there isn't that much money in that economy, there isn't going to be that much political muscle either. So maybe the idea shouldn't be to create this booming green new economy, but basically just to ensure that there is a safe and responsible supply that undermines this organized criminal market, but doesn't, become the next big tobacco, right? And as a finishing note here, you could have separate models even for the youngest legal users. So, for instance, if the legal buying age is set to 18 or 20 or something like that, there's always going to be the question of how healthy is this for the youngest legal buyers, and also the question of how easily will underage users be able to get diverted cannabis from the youngest legal buyers? Because we know that they have friends that are, just old enough, and that is a thing today with alcohol and tobacco. So you could argue then that maybe the youngest legal buyers, from 18 to 20 or 20 to 21 or 2 or whatever, they could be relegated to this on-premise serving model. So they get to go somewhere, maybe only on the weekends, because it's only open to them then, which moderates their consumption. And they can only buy slightly less potent product, and someone is looking after them, and they can't, they can't buy a heroic dose of THC. Right? So I'm going to finish up there. These are my thoughts, mostly speculation, I would say, but I guess you could say it's somewhat evidence-informed. But I do hope that the interesting things happening around the world, both in countries like Uruguay already and now also in Malta and in Germany soon, are going to give us some interesting petri dishes for trying out fairly simple behavioral regulatory devices that might have positive effects. Thank you.
Couple of questions? Yeah. Thank you, Dagfinn. We have time for a couple of questions. So first up, do you think alcohol and weed could be sold at the same place?
That's a really interesting question. I'm not sure. What I do think is that we should figure out how to regulate cannabis in such a manner that the substitution effect is maximal without causing harms from cannabis use. So I think what's a little bit complicated here is that there are some arguments for cannabis moderating harmful effects of alcohol without a substitution effect in terms of consumption, like just from the actual medical effects and psychoactive effects. So for instance, there seems to be a protective effect on the liver among people who have high alcohol consumption and also high cannabis consumption. It might be a substitution effect, but it doesn't seem to be only that. And there might be behavioral effects too that are positive. So people who become aggressive when drinking, if they combine the two drugs, some of those people seem to become less aggressive. And in nightlife, that matters, right? So it could be a good thing to have cannabis, for instance, in nightlife alongside alcohol with some kind of framework that balances the consumption. Maybe ensuring people, if they consume cannabis, they do it earlier in the evening and not at the end of the evening after drinking a lot, that type of thing. But I'm less sure about having, for instance, cannabis alongside alcohol in stores or in the wine monopoly in Norway, for instance. That might have some positive but also some negative effects, because someone who is going to buy only one thing end up buying two things, and I don't know how that would play out. And I think we should exercise the precautionary principle with these things. We shouldn't just roll out all sorts of experiments. But I do think in nightlife it would be interesting to look at the sort of coexistence, peaceful coexistence.
Great. Thank you, Dagfinn.
Thank you.
So it's always a treat to have something creative to spice up a conference, and the observant among you may have noticed that upstairs there is a little booth called Just Say No, Dispatches from an Alternative Reality Where the War on Drugs Never Happened. Curious? This is an interactive experience that needs your participation. So if you go upstairs, if you come in the main entrance and you turn left, down ahead of you there is this booth. So please go and check it out, see what it's about, and then we'll hear from the creators at the end of the conference, at the end of today. Otherwise, it's time for the break. So refreshments upstairs, next lecture 11:15. Please be back promptly. Thank you. Okay, please take your seats so that we can get started. Thank you. How can we increase safety and support for drug users, even under today's regime? Our next three speakers have come to inspire us with three innovative low-threshold initiatives. First up, Aura Hoy is the founding director of the non-profit organization Medcineres, Spain's first harm reduction program only for women and gender non-conforming people. Aura is a social anthropologist with a master's degree in criminology and sociology from the penal system and is currently completing a PhD in medical anthropology. Please welcome Aura Hoy.
Good morning. I come to present Medcineres. Medcineres were the women who used to use drugs as a remedy or as a poison. It depends. They were killed for that. But they were using the same plants that now are in the base of the modern pharmacology. What we have in Barcelona is we have everything: consumption rooms, methadone programs, needle access program, drug checking. But women are not arriving there. They just represent 15% of them. They are not safe places for women. Then we decided to open Medcineres as the first safe place for women and gender non-conforming people who use drugs. As we will see, drugs are not the main problem that they have. We are the first cooperative providing a full spectrum of harm reduction, including consumption rooms. What we don't identify as a consumption room because we are a safe space for us. We are part of the community, we are part of the neighbors, and also we are part of the social and solidarity-based economy in Barcelona. These are some of the values. For sure, anti-prohibitionism is one, radical tenderness is another one, creativity, and mutual support. The women that come to Medcineres, we are around 472 women. As you can see, it's true that most of them have problems related with drug use. They use methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, smoking and injected, especially, but they also use alcohol, benzos, etc. But what we can see is that the 100% of them survive multiple situations of violence. They survive racism, they survive transphobia, they are homeless, they are roofless. And what we try to do is to put them in the center, like from a feminist, intersectional feminist perspective. They are the ones that control what is their process to increase their well-being, whatever it means for each one, and we just work with them towards. We try to reduce the barriers to enter to the other networks of support, like social networks, health centers, and they are in the center of our activity. They are part of our team from the beginning, and the design, the implementation, the monitoring, and the evaluation of all of initiatives, but also we fight for them to be part of all the policies that, in a direct or indirect way, they condition their lives. And we love to go to the streets and reclaim our rights, whatever, maybe for against gentrification of our neighborhood, to make sure that the feminist movement includes the women that are the most vulnerable ones, and also for drug policies that don't have a feminist perspective. We don't put the drug use in the center. They can use, but what we do is theater, is radio, is a paella every Friday. That is really fun, and we try to make money in the market, not or think, really. And also, we are really serious of systematizing the data, because we are not inventing the wheel, and we know that we need to prove that what we are doing is doing something good and not bad, but also because we want to make sure that we make visible what is really important for the women that come to our place. Then we provide with new indicators that give some information of what is going on. We do it in an open source. And always, as we like to do the things, like we first ask the women what they know. And this is some of the materials that come from that. We ask the women what they know. After that, we go to the scientific community. The scientific community say that what the women say was totally okay and is written in that kind of article that nobody else reads. Then we do it in a normal language that they can understand. and we provide this information as a peer-to-peer tool. You can check that in our website. Medcineres has been recognized as a good practice internationally and locally. And you can find all the information that you want in our Facebook, Instagram, but especially go to our videos because you can listen to them and they are really nice and more clever than I am. Then just enjoy that. Thank you.
Thank you, Aura. Next up, Gunnar Simonsen Thingnes is leader of Nursing on Wheels, a mobile harm reduction service based in Oslo, which provides harm reduction and healthcare to people who inject drugs. Gunnar is a registered nurse with a master's in nursing science. Please welcome Gunnar Simonsen Thingnes.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference. I'm honored to be here. So, we are Nurses on Wheels. Just move this one. So as Dominic mentioned, Nurses on Wheels is an outreach harm reduction service working with people who inject drugs in Oslo. Our clinic is a car. We drive around and meet the people where they are, whether on the streets or in their homes. We come to them, they don't have to come to us. So, this is a guy who wants to be called Andy. He's a cheerful person, but after several years of injecting drug use, he has a chronic wound, as you can see in the photo. Andy receives wound care in our car as he struggles to get to the clinic downtown. We have several harm reduction and healthcare interventions. One of our main objectives is to reach the most marginalized people who inject drugs, people who wouldn't get help otherwise. These people have a 15 to 30-year reduced life expectancy compared to the rest of the population. And much of this can be explained by lack of healthcare. I will try to illustrate some of our work with a short story. A few years ago, my colleague and I received a phone call from a social worker. She was worried about her client's deteriorating health. As many of our clients, this is a person with mental illness as well as injecting drug use. Several studies have shown that this group of patients are stigmatized and struggles to access healthcare. And this was the case here as well. The person refused to go to a doctor. She did not want to go to the emergency room, nor did she want the doctor to visit her. However, she accepted a visit from Nurses on Wheels as she already knew us and trusted us. We were called to the patient's home. The social worker was worried about the client's reduced cognitive state and general condition. This is what met us when we opened the door. When people are under the influence of drugs, it can sometimes be difficult to establish whether the symptoms come from the drug in itself or if it's because of illness. And because of this, our nurses' clinical expertise is key. We immediately examined the patient and did our vital measurements. We quickly suspected that the symptoms came from the nervous system and brought the patient to the emergency room. We followed her through further examination before she was admitted to the hospital. We later learned that she had a full recovery. However, the consequences would have been much more severe had we not been there. Because we are on wheels, this gives us the flexibility to help people throughout the city, and especially people who struggle to seek out other health services. In this way, we are a social entrepreneur, always looking for new ways to reach the people who need us the most and contribute to close the gap in life expectancy between our patients and the rest of us. We are constantly improving our services, and the latest addition is a simplified model of care for immediate treatment with antibiotics. This is important because our patients often struggle with infections and access to treatment can be difficult. We also have a one-stop test and treat program for hepatitis C, as well as a comprehensive needle and syringe program. Last year, we had more than 6,000 visits in the van. To conclude, we need a flexible service complementing the public services. I also have to mention that we have, for the past 20 years, been funded through the City of Oslo and the Directorate of Health. But as of this year, the Directorate of Health has cut us off. We would like to do more and expand our services, but are in need of more funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunnar. Our final 5-minute speed talk comes from Dr. Ingrid Autran, leader of the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policy's Harm Reduction Initiative, Safe Space. Ingrid is a medical doctor, founder of the Aurora Ketamine Clinic, and active member of the research group Sikforsk. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Ingrid Autran.
Thank you. So I'm Ingrid Autran. Like Dominic said, I'm a medical doctor, psychedelic therapist, and the project leader of Safe Space. Today I'd like to start with a story. 4 years ago, at Sydney FOMO Festival, 19-year-old Alex Rosking made a decision out of fear. Entering the festival, she got scared by the presence of the police and ingested all of her ecstasy pills at once. It was a very hot day in Australia, and Alex's body's temperature rise up to 41 degrees, leading to cardiac arrest and death. This tragic case is not isolated. At some music festivals, drug-related deaths occur nearly every year. So many young lives lost to this lethal cocktail of misinformation and stigma. In Norway, the common approach by security teams is to throw out guests who appear to be too intoxicated, leaving them in their most vulnerable state completely alone. So instead of condemning those who choose to use drugs while partying, how can we help to minimize the risks and prevent those tragedies? Clearly, zero-tolerance drug policies do not work. What we need is compassion, education, and harm reduction. And that's why we created Safe Space. So our job is to ensure that music festivals have safety zones where guests undergoing challenging drug experiences can have medical and psychological care. All of this in a non-judgmental, calm, and safe environment. We specialize in helping those having emotionally challenging drug experiences, the so-called bad trips. The reality is that many encounters with law enforcement and medical professionals lead to an excessive use of force and intervention, leaving some of those individuals with lasting scars. But with a compassionate approach, we help the guests to turn those challenges into opportunities for self-exploration and growth. By providing information on responsible drug use, we empower the festival goers to make safer choices. Our mission is to inspire a community that is looking out for one another, that is engaged, and that is informed and responsible about their decisions regarding drugs. I would like to invite each and every one of you to visit our safe space here at the conference and join me in this collective effort to make safer music festivals. Thank you.
They are coming or no? So we now have James Dickinson and Victor Hjalar. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present them, so if I can ask you guys to present the work yourself and then present your project. Thank you very much.
Sure. I'm James Dixon. It says Skeiv on the screen there. That's because I provide gender and sexuality diversity training towards addiction services in Oslo and Bærum kommune. But I work with Chem Friendly also. And Victor, for you.
My name is Victor Hjalar. I'm a volunteer at Chem Friendly. I'm also educated. I have a master's degree in neuroscience. And we're here to talk about a project that we're going to work on, which is called Project Slamming.
So just a couple of quick definitions just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. When we talk about chemsex, we are referring to like sexual activity under the influence of drugs or chemical substances. And slamming is a term used to describe the act of administering said drugs intravenously, but in a sexualized context. Since 2011, a steady increase of crystal meth has been seen across Western Europe. Following this, in chemsex communities, there's been like an increase in slamming activity, and that's also been reported. In 2015, the Dutch organization Mainline published a report highlighting the rise in crystal meth amongst queer men and chemsex communities. They face both health-related challenges regarding risks of slamming, along with little knowledge when reaching out to healthcare institutions that are supposed to treat them. Mainline suggested multiple improvements in monitoring, prevention, and healthcare, and our mission with the project is to learn as much as we can on the challenges that faced then and what has changed since 2015, and what worked and what issues still remain.
So our goals for the project is to gather some data of the trend in Norway. We want to spread information and awareness surrounding slamming practice, the risks, how to stay as safe as possible, and options on how to deal with health-related issues following slamming. Chem Friendly also aims to produce a report directed towards the health institutions about challenges seen in the Netherlands and rest of Europe, highlighting the obstacles the users themselves have been reporting. So just to mention a little bit about the way that we work, Chem Friendly is a user and peer-led organization where the users themselves have the opportunity to direct our work by democratic process. We work through the harm reduction principle where nobody is met with judgment, but rather understanding, knowledge, and user equipment. As volunteers, we gain a strong flexibility in our work, and as peers, we draw on our own experiences to support our members and users. And that is us. Thank you.
Thank you, James and Victor. So the last item on this morning's program is an interview with Johan H. Andersen, a Norwegian industrialist, investor, and passionate philanthropist. For the last 25 years, Johan has owned Ferd, one of the largest privately owned companies in Norway. He is also a long-standing advocate for drug reform, championing progressive policies which favor harm reduction over criminalization and punishment. Johan will be interviewed by one of the founders and current leader of the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policy, Ine Roll Spinanger. Please welcome to the stage Johan H. Andersen and Ine Roll Spinanger.
So, where do you want me?
Thank you. Thank you so much for attending this conference. So I want to start with, in the last few years, you have become an important voice in the Norwegian debate for drug decriminalization. So I was just wondering if you can tell us a bit how did this come about?
Well, you have to know that in this context, I'm an amateur. At best, I'm a concerned citizen with some resources, and I think it began a little bit with experimentation because we we wanted to make a difference. Our company wanted to make a difference in some fields. We started working with youth on different types of projects, social entrepreneurs. And we realized two things. One, if you give people who have special, call it needs, a new opportunity that they didn't have before or didn't get before, in many ways, they will take that opportunities and they will start making better choices for themselves. So we started working with youth, and then as we went along, we realized that this was really something under the umbrella of inclusion. So we wanted to include other people who were not necessarily young, but who also needed sort of targeted solutions that the welfare state did not provide. So we also then started working with different organizations that were working with people who had current or past drug history. Gateavisa Asfalt I Rogaland, Medarbeiderne, and also the Football Foundation, which actually organizes now 32 different football teams, which are all people with, the only people who play there are people with a drug history, and they're linked to the football clubs of Norway. So that has worked like a charm, but underneath or along the way, we realized that the system, in a sense, is fucked. Because the system actually keeps producing, it keeps producing new people or people with who, for one reason or another, usually not necessarily their own doing, end up in these situations, and the system does not necessarily provide it. In some cases, it actually enforces through punishment the condition which they're in, or makes it worse. So that's, I think, when you and other people came along, and Bent Høie and others, and saying, well, we got to look at how to change the system, and that's pretty much how I got involved in the advocacy part. Because I'm not a politician. I just want to provide evidence that doing things differently works better than what we're doing today, and so therefore reforms. I'm not against them because sometimes they're needed, but by the time you get to the reform, it is very costly, both human and money-wise. It takes a long time. It's usually a compromise of some sort. And by the time you actually get the reform rolling, some of the data you based it on are they're outdated. So we would like, I'm pretty much, like Dagfinn was saying, we're more like into experimentation, trying things as we go along, see if it works, learn from other countries or parties or organizations, and then try to find a good solution or a good balance along the way. So that's what we do in business, right? I mean, we don't sort of throw everything into one basket and hope it goes well. We take the path perhaps less traveled, and then we try something else.
You got heavily involved in our decriminalize campaign called Straffskader in Norwegian. I hope most of the people in the audience, especially those from Norway, already knows about this campaign. We showed some pictures yesterday, but for those of you who doesn't know about this campaign, just to give you an impression, we have a short movie to show you.
Cool. Velkommen til kunstutstillingen Straff skader.
So, as you could see, the campaign ended up at the former government's press conference when they were to present the decrim bill. But it was actually your idea to use an art exhibition to push this message forward. Can you? What made you think of using an art exhibition?
Well, first, I thought the case or the campaign was good. It was for the right cause, but it also had artistic quality. You saw the photos linked with the messages, where every person, of course, the name is different here than in the real life, but every person was a real person, and of course, they represent thousands. And one of them here called Peter, whose father was an ex-policeman, whom I met the same day and had dinner with, was the one that committed suicide because he, I think for the wrong reasons, lost his driver's license. And it will probably be proven that this was an illicit use of, call it, enforcement today. And these cases keep going on in more or less degrees, but they're getting a little bit better because the courts are running ahead of the rest of the judicial system. But yes, so art can reach different people in different ways, and perhaps reach people who are not necessarily concerned or understand the case, but they can understand the message through a different image or a different way of showing the case. So of course this was in the middle of the pandemic in January of 21, so that kind of sucked. So there was less people at the exhibition, but I think we did pretty good work on spreading it through different types of media.
You had to be the program host as well, because we were only allowed to have 5 people. So I couldn't do anything. I had to just, and then I had to ask him, excuse me, do you think you could just say welcome and do the whole hosting thing as well? And he was very sporty and did that as well. So yeah, that was impressive. When you received your honorary membership from us, I think it was 2 years ago, you said that you consider this to be a human rights issue at its core. Can you elaborate on that?
Of course, I'm not a human rights expert either. Basically, I'm an expert on nothing. But I was at the time, and I had been for 8.5 years, the chair of the Council on Ethics, advising the Norwegian Central Bank, who oversees the oljefondet, the Norwegian sovereign fund, which I think is now $1.6 trillion or something like that. So I kind of felt that I was, appointed to a position where I could start talking about things in a different manner, also on a sort of conceptual level. I was talking to the biggest companies in the world and telling them to behave, or if not, they will be thrown out. So why couldn't I talk to the Norwegian society or politicians about human rights? Because human rights is a very core part of the fund's sort of norms in a way. And then, of course, I started, and I think many of you here, I learned a lot from you guys when it comes to the police scandal that Dag mentioned yesterday, and all kinds of digging that was done by many of you, and which you presented on Twitter. And I started, in a sense, connecting the dots. That this was not sort of individual people doing dumb things because they had a uniform on or because they had an office as politicians. This was what I would call a unique commonality of interest in keeping the punishing system going. And by doing that, it actually allowed these, what I will call human rights violations, to go on. Simply because the system actually said, it's okay, we protect you. We are basically saying that for moral reasons, you can go on apprehending young people and pulling their panties down, and you can take their mobile phones, and you can take their driver's license, and you can do all these things. When it turns out you probably couldn't, you probably never could. And when that is not done on a system-wide basis, I dare to say that there's some kind of human rights violations going on here. So of course, I mean, we could take it to Strasbourg, or but I don't think it. I think we need to clean up our own shit, and we've tried in a sense.
What do you think of the current government's effort on this? And do you think they will deliver on their promise to create an even better drug policy reform, as they said they would?
No. No, because they are, and I think that's partly where the system failure is, that the current government, and I don't know how to present this in a nice way, but the current government is a kind of a weak government. If it was strong, it could probably go ahead and make a good reform, but it is a weak government, and therefore it's a reform, if they ever passed one, would probably be a very diluted and filled with compromises and not a real reform. It would probably not include decriminalization. It would probably not include a reform of the police in many ways, of the judicial part of the police. So I'm not very optimistic. So I think we basically need a new government to actually pull it through. I'm afraid so.
So do you think that we will have a decriminalization bill passed in the next election if it's, what can I say, new parties entering the government? Or do you think this was our chance and we lost it?
No. I mean, every great truth begins with the blasphemy. I didn't say that, George Bernard Shaw did. Meaning that what we are talking about here, whether it's drug reform, decriminalization, supporting people who today don't get the help because of some screwy system, it's all blasphemy. But by the time that our grandchildren grow up, they will see this is the truth, and it's the truth today, but it's not evident for everyone. So of course we can't give up. I mean, I think it's not that long ago that you didn't have same-sex marriage. So there's a lot of laws that have been passed recently that now seem evident. And this will also seem evident, 5, 10, 20 years down the road. And I think, as young politicians grow up, I mean, if you took all the youth parties, I think there's only one that could probably be a little bit against it. They're all for it. Of course, they will do more compromises when they get older. But still, I think this will happen. Hopefully in my lifetime.
Just so you know, in the audience, if you have any questions, you can send it on Slido, and we might have time for him to answer that as well. But you were also essential in funding our clinic, Eika-klinikken, which is a low-threshold clinic for people with drug dependence here in Oslo. Can you say something? Why did you decide to help us out? And did anyone warn you that this might be a little bit radical?
I like radical. In the sense that that's when you make more of a difference. And I mean, we try to be what we call additional, in the sense that we try to be there when it's very important, and then when no one else is there. And in this case, someone else also did follow, so I think we're more people who can actually support it now. And I think there's a growing, as you mentioned to me earlier, that there's a growing understanding that this is needed. So the fact that it's controversial, and maybe even could be, I don't know, partly outside the system. I wouldn't use the word illegal, but I mean it's borderline. Makes it more fun to actually poke the politicians, but they need to see that this will happen, that it'll survive regardless of political support, and therefore they cannot ignore it, and therefore, you know, in the end, they will have to accept it.
Yes, I think I support. So just for the record, Eika-klinikken is now also funded by the municipality here in Oslo, and hopefully it's not seemed as radical anymore, but it was just 2 years ago, I think.
But just one just to follow up the previous question, before the next election, I mean, we should really ask every party, what is your position going in regarding drug reform or decriminalization especially, and make them commit up front. So that is clear, because that could be one of the ways that they could find together in a government that actually will pass it. And I think this is something we're not going to start it now, because the Conservative Party has their own troubles right now, but once they get their stuff in order, hopefully, you know, we can start working on that. And I think that's going to be, that could be one of the sort of, I wouldn't call it deciding factors, but you know, we should really hold that flag up high so they can't ignore it.
So last question. I'm just going to check if there's any questions on Slido. Well, yeah. Okay, so many questions here. I have to choose one of them.
I'm going to be here for lunch, at least part of it, so you can also ask me outside.
Yeah, so one is asking if you or FERD is at the moment supporting any research on drug-related themes. If so, what, and any particular reasons for those projects?
We try to focus on those organizations that actually already are doing things that should be known more or done more. Pure research, we have no clue in how, you know, who does what or what would be worthwhile. If an organization came to us and said, we would like to do this in order to, or understand this in order to do this, maybe. But we're supporting the doing, the entrepreneurial part, moving the needle, showing evidence. We love the fact that these street football teams, there are about 470 people playing every year. About 40 to 50 go on every year to have jobs or school. I mean, there's no system anywhere that can show that type of numbers. And if you transfer that into hard cash, you might say, the net present value of every person doing that is 12 million kroner. So you can spend a lot of money if you can make that impact. But instead, we keep doing a lot of stuff that doesn't work and doesn't get measured. So that's part of the welfare state. We want to take care of everyone, but we don't take care of those who actually are outside the system.
Thank you so much. I think this is very wise words and to finish this conversation. So thank you so much, Johan, and a big applause for Johan. So just so you know, he's on what used to be called Twitter, it's now X, called FERD Owner. So it's possible to you can keep in touch when you're there. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johan and Ina. This is your second last reminder to go and get your tickets at the info desk, please. Otherwise, it's lunchtime. Lunch is upstairs, as it was yesterday. Please be aware we start again at 1 today, not 1:15. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Please take your seats so we can begin. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Our next two items give you the possibility of asking questions via Slido, so please log on. It's not on the screen, but the code is 232323, and you can ask any questions or vote for someone else's. This afternoon's first speaker is Karen Mamo, who will update us on the state of cannabis regulation in Malta. Karen has a broad academic background, including masters in addiction studies and conflict resolution in Mediterranean security. Her work focuses on establishing an evidence-based approach to cannabis use in society, and she leads the effort to establish a regulatory framework establishing cannabis harm reduction associations in Malta. Welcome to the stage, Karen Mamo.
Hello, good afternoon. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, especially since Malta, I hope you know where Malta is, but Malta is a very tiny island in the Mediterranean and has been historically linked with very conservative drug policies. However, as I will hope to be explaining today, this has changed in 2015 and 2021. So, exactly updates from regulation in Malta, focusing on not-for-profit. A general overview what I will be talking about today. I will be giving a general overview about cannabis use in Malta, and then move on the legislative changes, both for personal use, but also for the collective cultivation and availability of cannabis. Before I continue, a brief historical snippet. So, being a Mediterranean country and very close to North Africa, such as Libya and Tunisia, historically, cannabis arriving in Malta was arriving in hash form, and the THC levels were usually not higher than 11%. However, when the Arab Spring broke out in late 2010-11, the market shifted so much so that hash suddenly stopped arriving in the island, and drug organizations started to import flower-form cannabis from mainland Europe, mainly from Sicily, Albania, which were cannabis of very bad quality, but then it shifted to also the Netherlands and Spain, predominantly coming via water, because as an island, the airspace is more difficult to smuggle these type of drugs. So, how many people do exactly use cannabis in Malta? Unfortunately, general population survey, the most recent one dates back to 2013 and shows that 4.3% of the Maltese population, which I might say is around 500,000, use cannabis on a regular basis and can be considered as lifetime cannabis users. More recent data from 2021 shows that alcohol and tobacco obviously have higher levels of use. However, I wanted to include this because these are the three most predominantly used drugs in Malta, and apart from cocaine, which is now increasing its use. But I wanted to show this percentage to give a better idea about prevalence use, but also the levels of incarceration. In fact, unfortunately, even recent data shows that the majority of cases are for possession charges, whereas it is only 25 who are related to trafficking. And interestingly enough, also most drug law offenses are related to cannabis possession or trafficking. So, unlike what the media has said a lot, Malta has not, and I underline, has not legalized cannabis, so much so that the original law dating from 1939, the Dangerous Drugs Ordinance, is still there, and cannabis is still listed under the so-called narcotics law. However, in 2021, the Maltese Parliament enacted a legislation to further move from a depenalized to a decriminalized system. I'm saying this because back in 2015, the initial amendment to the law called Drug Dependence Treatment, Not Imprisonment, allowed or permitted or tolerated, let's call it like that, the possession of small amounts of drugs under a depenalized model whereby the police still retained the right to confiscate the drug, the right to arrest the person and interrogate, and then, however, the person did not end up with a criminal record but was diverted to a commissioner of justice whereby and then issued a fine. And this has promoted a relative paradigm shift how society should view personal drug use. So cannabis, the partial decriminalization of cannabis, builds a bit on this experiment to shift personal users from a predominantly criminal bracket towards a less harsh approach. So in 2021, we see that laws related to cannabis are a mix of a depenalization, decriminalization, criminalization, as I will explain, and regulation. So under cannabis for personal use, one finds that the law now tolerates and permits the possession of up to 7 grams. And this falls directly under a decriminalized model whereby possession of 7 grams of cannabis in flower form will not result in any consequences. So the police will not arrest the person, will not confiscate cannabis. However, if there is suspicion of trafficking, for example, if the 7 grams are divided in 7 small packets, then obviously the police will consider that as a trafficking, and then the criminal provisions kick in. The law in 2021 also tolerates the cultivation of 4 cannabis plants per household. And this provision was included whereby it was noticed that if only possession is allowed, then the illicit market will continue to monopolize and manipulate cannabis users, particularly people who use cannabis on a daily basis. The alternatives to incarceration, as I explained before, is an interesting approach whereby under a depenalized model, people caught with more than 7 grams but less than 28 will be once more diverted to the Commissioner of Justice and spared a tainted criminal record. Under personal use, one also finds provisions falling under social justice, whereby the expungement of criminal record was included. Although I might say this is not automatic, and one hopes that hopefully in the future the legislator will see the need to move to an automatic expungement of criminal records. We move now to the collective cultivation and distribution of cannabis. Something which I did not mention before is the role of civil society in influencing the legislator in moving towards a more communal and not-for-profit approach than to a dispensary model as we see in predominantly American states. So these cannabis harm reduction associations have as their primary aim a not-for-profit basis and a selfless approach to cultivate and distribute cannabis to a restricted group of members. In fact, only registered members will be allowed to access these associations, and members can only be members of one club at a time. Importantly, these associations have also to test their cannabis flowers, something which the illicit market, unfortunately, is not possible to do even for personal users because there are no testing facilities in Malta. These associations, unlike other industries or associations involved in commodities, will not be allowed to market their operations or affix any signage outside of their distribution centers. Very interestingly, and also thanks to work like, for example, ENCODE, I was very pleased to see that ENCODE was mentioned even earlier. The democratic participation of members who will be registered members is important to further ensure that the association moves in favor of the users and not the industry. And again, the idea to prioritize public health and the role of the authority together with cannabis harm reduction associations to promote a harm reduction approach. Apart from establishing these associations, the authority is also filling a vacuum when it comes to education on drugs. The government entity SETA, who is focused on prevention and treatment, has been focusing on prevention and treatment, and unfortunately a harm reduction approach and educational approach to better promote a responsible use of cannabis has been lacking for a long time in Malta. And the authority, also thanks to social media and other educational platforms, is trying to promote a better understanding of what the law permits, but also some tips how to reduce harm and risks associated with cannabis. Interestingly, also, these associations, although accepting people from the age of 18, will have a limit of 15% THC for people under the age of 21. This has been included to impart in young cannabis users a more conscious approach when it comes to THC limits, levels, and how this impacts well-being. Something which I did not mention is that these associations will only be allowed to distribute cannabis in flower form, and therefore extracts and high-potency THC products, for now at least, have not been included. The associations will also go through harm reduction training, which I am pleased to know that it will start in November, and will be encouraged to impart between their members non-judgmental information and organize activities based on harm reduction. So the main aim of these associations is to further provide a safe space where people who use cannabis can access cannabis, which is tested, but also can access educational tools to further reduce the risks associated with maybe bad practices used to consume cannabis. I will make a side note here, which is linked to the safe space and to the cannabis social club model maybe we see in Spain and in other countries. Unfortunately, and I say this with a heavy heart, albeit I'm part of the authority, that there will be no consumption on-site these associations. And from a harm reduction approach, I believe that this is a missed opportunity to allow consumption on site, especially if we want to really impart a harm reduction approach. However, it is important to note that there are discussions ongoing also to allow the consumption on site these associations. Recently, I have also been informed that there are 6 associations who have been granted the in-principle license, and therefore, although not operational yet, they have been granted a legal status to start buying the equipment, renting out the cultivation area, and also having an opportunity for the authority to inspect and audit these associations. Hopefully one will see these associations in operation in the first quarter of 2024. So to conclude, today I spoke a bit about decriminalization and regulation, and I really hope that I explained the distinction, because the effects on cannabis users are pretty much different from a depenalized to a decriminalized to a regulated model. And I have also looked a bit about prevalence and incarceration, particularly the fact that a change in the law has improved the number of people ending up with a tainted criminal record. Although we have also seen that 75% of drug-related offenses continue to be for possession charges. So we see that sometimes the law is in a way pulling in different polarities. However, it is very admirable to see that thousands of people have had their criminal record spared from being tainted just for their cannabis possession and use. And I also spoke about the role of public health and harm reduction being, I believe, the pinnacle of how these associations should work, especially to move away as much as possible from possible corporate capture and a new industry which has no interest to protect the well-being of the users, but only as a profit-driven approach. So that was my presentation for today. Thank you, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Something I did not mention is I brought with me few copies of some publications from the authority, but also the National Drug Policy for Malta and the drug situation in Malta of 2022. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Karen. We have a couple of questions.
Yes, I have a question. I cannot leave.
Yeah. So, first question: how is the cannabis regulation viewed by the public in Malta?
So I believe there were mixed, especially during the discussion before the law was enacted. The discussion was somewhat polarized. So you had civil society calling for a more humane approach, whereas most stakeholder partners calling for a criminalized, or at least the situation remains as it is. And the population, I believe, understood how important it is for people to steer away from cannabis, which could be tainted from the illicit market, but most importantly, having their police conduct not tainted because of their cannabis use. In fact, we had horrible cases. For example, we had a person with a kidney replacement taken to prison, losing the kidney just for 167 grams of cannabis. We had a Welsh person arrested for 10 years for about, if I'm not mistaken, 9 plants. So these horrible stories, these are just 2 of the hundreds of people who had their lives broken down, because then you have a court case, it takes years, then maybe you have a suspended sentence, in the meantime you lost your job, maybe even your family has kicked you out of the house. So I believe these stories and this reality has, in a way, opened the people's mind that although we're not promoting drug use here and we're in any way trying to encourage cannabis use, the law is trying to protect and correct the wrongdoings of the past.
Great.
Thanks.
Are there any plans in place for evaluating how well the new system is working?
I believe so, yes. It would be later on, as I've said, these associations have not yet started operating, so the evaluation will be later on in 2024.
I think that's all we have, yeah.
That's all?
Great,
Thank you.
If we can regulate cannabis, then why not cocaine? Given the rising levels of cocaine use in the Nordics and Europe, what can we do to try and reduce the harm? The next 2 speakers will take up this discussion more so than debate, with input from the audience via Slido, so please log in and put your questions there. When both sides have had their say, you'll have the opportunity to vote whether you think cocaine should be legalized. So arguing on behalf of cocaine regulation, we have Steve Rollis from the UK, writer and policy analyst at Transform Drug Policy Foundation. Steve was lead author on many of Transform's publications and is a regular contributor to the public debate on drug policy. Standing in the opposite corner, we have Dagfinn Paust, founding member and chief scientific officer at the Norwegian Association for Safer Drug Policy, who we met earlier today. Earlier today, correct. Please welcome Steve and Dagfinn. Okay, so to get us started, Steve, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what are the harms of the illicit cocaine economy?
Well, I mean, the war on drugs, the war on cocaine has been going for 50, 60, depends where you want to start, but generations. During that time, cocaine use has increased. Cocaine is more available. It's cheaper. It's purer. More people are using it, more people are having problems with it, more people are dying or seeking emergency services related to cocaine. So on any metric, it's clearly been a complete failure as a policy approach. But it's not just that it's failed on its own terms, it's also empowered and enabled a global market worth something in the region of $150 billion a year. All the profits from that market go to organized crime groups and are destabilizing entire countries and regions across the world, from West Africa through Central America and obviously Latin America and the Andean region, where most of the coca leaf that produces cocaine is grown. It's fueling violence, instability, undermining institutions, fueling insecurity, and death and violence. It's an almost unimaginable disaster as a policy paradigm. In Mexico, there's around 100,000 drug war-related murders every year. So more than 10,000 deaths related to drug war violence every month. So it puts the kind of health implications of cocaine use in Nordic countries or European countries in perspective when you see the carnage that the illegal market is causing. And we'll hear from Neil Woods later this afternoon about some of the knock-on effects on the environment from this trade. So it has been a complete disaster, and that has to be the starting point for any discussion about where we go from here.
Great, thank you, Steve. Dagfinn, why do you have reservations about cocaine regulation?
So, Steve and I are not in... 1 second. Is that better? Yeah. So Steve and I are not in much of a disagreement here.
He helped with my book.
It's enough.
He's a co-author.
It's enough.
It's going to be the worst debate ever.
But this could be interesting. But so first of all, I would like to say that I share this description of the situation, this understanding of it, and I think that any cocaine policy that does not have as one of its primary goals to minimize and preferably eradicate at least this form of illicit economy that we're seeing, and really just bring the illicit cocaine trade down to a minimum, is going to be the wrong policy. We need to do that. So to the extent that I have reservations, I don't know if this is even what Steve is suggesting, but if someone suggested that we just need to legalize powder cocaine here and now, sell it like alcohol in order to solve the problem of the illicit cocaine trade, I would have reservations against that. So my view is that we have a lot of different tools at our disposition, in theory at least, when it comes to dealing with this market. And I believe that any strategy for minimizing an illicit market for a drug has to address demand. Otherwise, there's no point. Supply side measures alone have just been completely failed throughout history. So the question is, how do we acknowledge this demand? How do we meet it in some way that could be more favorable than just selling powder cocaine like alcohol tomorrow? That's how I try to approach this. And I think that there are some things we could consider. We could consider some form of substitution. And I mean that in the broadest sense of the word. I mean, when we introduced methadone, heroin markets shrank. When we introduced snus, cigarette use went down. So similarly, there may be other drugs, less harmful preferably, that could have a similar appeal. So we should investigate whether that could be worthwhile to make some of those available before we make conventional cocaine available or as available. I also think that we should look at the situations in which cocaine is being used. So undeniably, cocaine is an adjunct to alcohol, mostly. I mean, there are exceptions in the crack cocaine culture. There are different practices, you could say, but in our part of the world, it's largely an adjunct to alcohol. So then the question is, are there things we could do about alcohol consumption or alcohol regulation, alcohol culture, that could modify the need for cocaine as an adjunct to alcohol? And of course, those who have problematic use, are there options such as stimulant substitution treatment that could reduce their demand for cocaine? Now, I'm not saying that any of these solutions are necessarily easy or even feasible, but I'm saying that those are the types of things we should be looking at before we go with the nuclear option. But with that in mind, I'd like to repeat that if we don't address the illicit cocaine market, then we've failed.
I mean, what would you see as being the direct consequences of failing to address that?
Well, we're seeing those consequences already. And even if those consequences aren't affecting us here in Norway very directly, that's an incredibly, that's an incredibly unsolidaric position. I mean, we're basically, we're letting people die in order to save some money on our public health budgets, right? That's not an easy thing to defend. So I would not defend it if I didn't think that there were some intermediary tools to be used. And perhaps even in the end, we will realize that we do need to have some kind of legal cocaine supply in addition to these other tools that could then mitigate the consumption. But these are all empirical questions.
Thank you. You mentioned sort of cocaine powder and crack. As far as I understand, the law treats everything as just one type of thing, cocaine. Are there any other forms of cocaine that can maybe be useful in this process?
Yeah, I mean, cocaine is it's a fascinating drug because you have everything from coca leaf, which has been traditionally consumed as a chewed coca leaf or coca tea, or various other sort of mildly processed preparations of the coca leaf for thousands of years in Andean cultures without any harms at all. It's really not associated with any health risks any more than like coffee or tea. And brings some benefits. People use it to deal with altitude sickness. They use it it has some nutritional benefits. It's not associated with any harms at all. If you concentrate it, take the cocaine alkaloid out into a powder, it then becomes more risky. And if you then make it into a smokable preparation, i.e. crack, or injectable preparation of cocaine, it then becomes very risky. So you have this spectrum of preparations of the same drug that are associated with hugely different behaviors, hugely different motivations for use, and significantly different levels of risk, even though it's the same drug, and the law makes no distinction. We have to be sophisticated enough and intelligent enough to have different policy responses to those different things, but you don't deal with them the same. Crack and coca leaf are not the same, even though they are technically the same drug. The problem with prohibition and the war on drugs is it's tilted the market towards powder cocaine and crack. So it's easy to get powder cocaine and crack in Oslo, I'm sure. If you can make a few calls, get some. Certainly in London, where I'm from, very easy to get cocaine and crack. There's WhatsApp dealers. But it's impossible to get coca leaf. You can't buy Coca-Tea, you can't buy Mambe, you can't buy the lower potency cocaine products, which are much safer. It's like going into a pub and only being able to get vodka shots. You can't buy light beer. And it's crazy. And one of the things that we would like to do with a regulated approach is tilt the market the other way. Use our regulation and our state interventions in the market to tilt the market in favor of the safer products and encourage people to move that direction rather than to move towards the most dangerous and high-risk products. Now, I absolutely agree with everything Dagfrid said. I'm sorry we're not going to disagree very much. But this, you know, it's not calling for regulation of cocaine is not a pro-cocaine position. It's a pragmatic position about dealing with reality. And the reality is 30 or 40 million people around the world use cocaine every year. It's a market worth 180 billion, as I've said. It's not going away. It's probably only growing. We either regulate it somehow or we leave it as it is. And to my mind, that is the nuclear option. Prohibition is the nuclear option because it's clearly a disaster. We either regulate it somehow or we leave how it is. There's no third option where cocaine magically disappears. It's here, whether you like it or not. And I don't like it. People on cocaine are quite boring. They can be obnoxious and talk about themselves. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. We have to deal with it. As responsible policymakers, we have to deal with the world as we find it. And the world as we find it is full of fucking cocaine. That's where again, that's the starting point, is dealing with reality. And we have to be pragmatic. And to some extent, it may be a least worst option. If we can't get rid of it, we have to manage it to reduce the harm it causes. And of course, as Dagfrid, I think, very importantly pointed out, the cocaine market doesn't exist independently of other markets. And cocaine-using behaviors do not exist independently of other drug-using behaviors. Polydrug use is very much the norm with cocaine use. Alcohol most obviously, but also cannabis and ketamine and MDMA and a whole bunch of other drugs are used together, and psychedelics to some extent. And we need to have the sophistication to manage our response to all of these drugs to, again, encourage people to make sensible decisions and move them in the direction of reduced risk and harm. And that applies both to public health use, but also to the markets. And the worst possible option with the market is obviously violent criminal organizations destroying entire countries to supply most of the cocaine produced in Colombia and Peru and Bolivia is to supply markets in North America and Europe. So it's to meet our greedy need for cocaine, we are wreaking carnage across the world. And I just think it's really, really important to remember it's not just a domestic issue. This is an international development issue, it's an environmental issue, it's an issue of security and peace and development. And we can't deliver the sustainable development goals that we're all signed up to, the 2030 sustainable development goals. We can't deliver those goals in these key producer and transit regions while a war on drugs we are fighting a war on. You can't be fighting a war and expect to have sustainable development. It simply doesn't work.
So it seems like the cost to the developing countries, to the countries where the product is coming from, is very clear. If we put that to one side for a moment, what is the direct health cost? You mentioned that Mambe, this coca leaf, doesn't have any health impact, but powdered cocaine, crack cocaine, what is the impact on the body?
Doug, I don't know if you want to say anything on this. I mean, cocaine, it's not good for you. It's probably the most obvious risk is to do with cardiac health. There is a suggestion that people who use cocaine regularly are at much greater risk from cardiac-related illness and cardiac arrests and higher mortality rates from cardiac-related problems. It can cause quite serious dependence and the related problems that come with that. And it is often associated with codependent alcohol problems. So there are a range of health problems associated with cocaine. But it is also important to say that for most people who use cocaine occasionally and moderately, they would have a few lines of cocaine at a party, on their birthday, at New Year or whatever. it's not associated with significant health harms. But as with any drugs, there is a minority of people who are using at a higher intensity and frequency who will have real problems, particularly with smoked cocaine or injected cocaine, and again, particularly when it's used in conjunction with other drugs. Is that a reasonable summary?
I think that's very reasonable, and I'd just like to add that there's some reason to believe that cocaine is more harmful than some other similar stimulants. It has certain particular effects on the heart due to its local anesthetic function, which will exacerbate the risks of coronary disease, and in general also it's very potently vasoconstrictive. It constricts the blood vessels in all the end organs in your body, so the danger of some kind of infarction or blood clot in many different organs, including the brain, is real. But I agree, to most users it's not going to be particularly dangerous. What's difficult about this discussion is that we actually don't have that good data on the harms of cocaine. Like, there's a lot to suggest that cocaine is pretty bad for you, but it's very difficult to quantify exactly how bad, because there are so many confounders in this epidemiological research. We don't know what defines cocaine users as a group. They have ostensibly much higher mortality rates than other people of the same age, and you know, that are comparable in many ways, but probably not in all ways. So you know, there's a precautionary element here. We could say that since we just know that it's unhealthy and we don't know how unhealthy, we should be careful in unleashing it on a population where it's not very widespread yet. But you know, there is no reason why cocaine should be addressed in the same way by all nations. And in fact, you know, Norway has been seeing headlines recently about cocaine use being rampant, but it's still a very marginal phenomenon here. I would say that a country that has much higher levels of use would be much more suited to addressing this problem through a regulated legal supply, because they're contributing so much more to the market. But that being said, I completely agree that the mild products like coca leaf, coca tea, there is no reason to consider those the same drug. And there's no reason why every country in the world should not be selling coca tea. Give the growers something else to grow to start with, and that should not be controversial at all.
But we don't know. I mean, were we to open up the market to coca leaf and coca tea and mambe and some of these other oral coca products, you can get like coca leaf snus with sort of like ground up coca leaf with a what is it that releases the alkaloid? The
bicarbonate.
Yeah, something like
something
that
like
releases the alkaloid as an oral product. There's no reason why those things shouldn't be available, because they're not associated with significant health issues of any kind. But we don't know to what extent that would eat into the powder cocaine market.
No, we don't.
I mean, but you know, powder cocaine has its own culture and it has its own cachet and it has its own status and so on. And would people who would normally be snorting cocaine at cocktail parties be wanting to chew coca leaf? I don't know. Probably not. But maybe. I mean, who knows? Or maybe we could have like a cocaine, like Red Bull type drink, or like Coca-Cola, which originally did it, of course, famously had cocaine in it once upon a time. Maybe we could have some sort of cocaine stimulant beverages, which would like coca tea, but marketed to a Western market. So there are interesting options there, but they also have risks. Yeah. If we had a cocaine drink, people would do cocaine, Red Bull, and vodka, and it's like, no, that's not what we want. We don't want to be mixing alcohol and cocaine. So you kind of go, this is a good idea. Oh, is it? I'm not sure. So these are the kind of regulatory dilemmas and balancing acts, the kind of thing that Dag was talking about in your presentation this morning.
Because there are many different stimulants with different characteristics and risks, of course. But it would be interesting to see if other stimulants could have some of the same appeal as cocaine, but be less conducive to concomitant alcohol use, for instance. If people are using, say methadone or cathinone or MDMA or some MDMA-like stimulant, what are the chances that they will still be drinking a lot?
Or low dose psychedelics in recreational settings, 2CB or small doses of psilocybin, which are a kind of psychostimulant.
Yeah, low dose LSD.
They maybe play quite well in social settings. So again, I think the interaction of different drug markets and drug behaviors is something we need to look at. And you can't just look, do we legalize cocaine or not? Well, it depends what else is available, because people do substitute between stimulants and between different wider drug groups in terms of their drug choices in social settings, which we're mostly talking about here. But then also when you're looking at problematic crack and injected cocaine use, which is, again, where most of the public health harms take place with regards to cocaine, and also, again, coming back to the Pareto principle that Dag was talking about this morning, most of the cocaine market is actually crack. But by proportionally, cocaine powder is actually not, most of it is crack use, because you have this small number of people using loads of cocaine. So most of it is actually crack at smoked and injected cocaine is where the majority of the market is. If you look at the US, the prevalence of cocaine use at a population level has gone way down over the last 30 years. But the actual amount of cocaine being consumed has gone up massively because the market's shifted from powder cocaine to problematic crack use.
If one were to find a particularly effective treatment for cocaine addiction, which for which there is none, of which there are none today, that would probably alone make a huge impact into this market.
Sure, there's no methadone sort of equivalent.
There's no effective treatment,
they've
particularly
tried some
effective.
They've tried some stuff. They've tried dexamphetamine, they've tried modafinil, they've tried Ritalin, they've tried giving people coca leaf, and even giving people cannabis. Some of those things work a bit for some people, but there's no... Cocaine dependence is a very different beast to opioid dependence in terms of available treatment responses.
Let's say there was the political will to legalize and regulate tomorrow. How do we go about doing that, and what are the risks?
Well, I've written this book, which is available online. I'm not trying to sell it, by the way. If anyone's interested, you can download it as a PDF. I mean, we've come up with some proposals to begin a discussion. So I co-authored that book, by the way. It's not just me. I wrote it with Harvey Slade and James Nichols from Transform, just to be clear. To begin a discussion, because I fully understand that people find the idea of cocaine, legal cocaine, because they associate cocaine with so many bad things, whether it's ill health or gangsterism or cartels or whatever. The idea of legalizing cocaine is people have a gut reaction against it. Many do in the public debate, maybe not so much here, but we have to begin a discussion. What would it look like? And we've proposed a 3-tiered model where you have effectively an open market for coca leaf, similar to, you'd market that like coffee or Red Bull. Basically, it would just be like a regulated supermarket product with health warnings and stuff on it. We'd have a very strict sort of pharmacy sales model for cocaine powder that would be an effective state monopoly. You would have rationed amounts. It would probably be a kind of membership cards basis, so you could only buy a certain amount per week or per month. It would be a pharmaceutical product with warnings, and we've done these like mocked up packaging, what that would look like, but basically like a pharmaceutical product. And then for crack and injected cocaine, you wouldn't have a retail model, you would have a harm reduction response. You would provide safe spaces for use, you'd provide safer inhalation kits, you'd provide access to services, the kind of things that we already do for crack users and people who inject opioids. So it's a 3-tiered model. The idea being, like I've already said, that you would try and shift use towards the safer products. You would restrict cocaine powder you would make it available, but in a suitably restricted sort of rationed pharmacy sales type model. And then you would have a health and harm reduction approach to crack cocaine. We thought that was a pragmatic starting point, but as I say, we have to be mindful that that would interact with all sorts of other drug markets. And me and Dag have been having a lot of discussions recently about how you would deal with the cocaine and alcohol problem in particular. Would you allow cocaine in sale or use in recreational settings? Because all recreational settings essentially have alcohol available. But we've also talked about could you have like dry nightclubs where you could use
Yeah.
other drugs but not have alcohol.
You could do that without regulation. You could just have this sanctuary place where people are allowed to, have raves and do whatever drug they want except alcohol, and see how much cocaine use would there be there.
Jail them.
I assume virtually none.
So if anyone has some free time to organize something.
But it's that kind of thinking, pragmatically thinking about how your regulation will interact with behaviors, but because regulation can change behavioral norms over time, but it doesn't happen fast. You couldn't just, legalize something, put something on the package, and expect everyone to change their behaviors. You have to carefully evaluate and take incremental steps. So when Dag was saying, I don't want to legalize cocaine and have it available in shops next to alcohol, obviously that's not what we're proposing. And that was a sort of rhetorical point. That's not what we're proposing. You would move slowly. So perhaps first you would open up a coca leaf, maybe oral coca products type market to start with. See how that progressed. Maybe have a pilot project for cocaine powder, and have harm reduction services better attuned to crack and injected cocaine use as well. In fact, that is basically what was proposed in a bill that was tabled in the Colombian Senate 2 years ago. So just to be clear, this debate is not just purely theoretical, happening in transform books and conversations at drug policy conferences. It is happening in the real world. So this bill was tabled in the Colombian Senate. It never progressed because there was an election called, but one of the senators who was working on that bill was Gustavo Petro, who won the election and is now president of Colombia, and has spoke in favor of the bill for, they included a legal cocaine market. So the president of Colombia is now advocating for cocaine regulation. So this is a real debate happening in the real world at a high level. He tweeted Joe Biden a piece in The Economist saying it's time to legalize cocaine. You've got the president of Colombia tweeting the president of the US about cocaine regulation. This is a real debate now. There's a big conference in Amsterdam in January about stimulant regulation with a bunch of mayors from all European cities, and the mayor of Bogota is coming over for it. There's a project underway, or being proposed at least, in Switzerland to look at, in Basel, I think, at municipal level, to look at possible regulation of cocaine. So it is beginning to happen, and these things do happen and can move quite fast. If you think about it, it was only 10 years ago, nowhere in the world had legalized cannabis. Nowhere. And then Colorado and Washington and Uruguay and Canada, and then 22 US states, and Mexico and South Africa and Thailand, and 5 countries in Europe now, and Malta. And, 500 million people now live in legal cannabis jurisdictions. Nobody lived in a legal cannabis jurisdiction in 2000 and the beginning of 2012. So things can move quite fast, and these change begins with these kinds of conversations and these kinds of debates. But it is happening now, and I think it's important for all of us to be having these discussions. How do we do it? How do we get it right? Is where the discussion needs to be.
I'd just like to add that I agree with that type of framework, regulatory framework, if cocaine were to be legally supplied. But I think one concern that a lot of the protesting voices would have is, as always, think of the children, right? So the danger of cocaine, or powder cocaine, or the potent type being diverted to underage users. So I suspect that if this were to be done in our political setting at some point in time, a pilot with concentrated cocaine would probably have to be some kind of on-premise model. So like there would be some nightlife where only adults or people above a certain age could go, and there they could get cocaine, but they couldn't take the cocaine or any significant amount with them home. Because that would be virtually impervious to any kind of diversion concerns. And probably, I always think in terms of not just what policy would be like good for public health or less risky,
but I also think in terms of what kind of policy is the most immune to some kind of moral panic reversing the whole thing. Because all you need is like 1 or 2 high-profile cases of some kids getting a hold of cocaine or someone taking mushrooms and jumping out a window, whatever, to have policy consequences. So if you make it watertight in that respect, at least in a pilot, I think that would make the whole thing more realistic and probably, well, definitely safer as well.
I mean, I think another thing that's worth considering is that we could see a kind of market shock at some point. For example, if someone figures out a way to synthesize cocaine independently from the plant, like they did with MDMA about 10 years ago, you could suddenly, if people are trying to make cocaine using yeast in big vats, if they figure out how to do that, the entire global market will transform overnight. Cocaine will become very, very available and very cheap. It can be produced by the same organized crime groups who are making MDMA in the Netherlands, for example, or anywhere, and everything changes. And we need to be, what happens then? Does that accelerate the need for regulation, or does it, what does it mean? Or, what if someone comes along with a super cocaine, a bit like kind of fentanyl to the heroin market? What about if someone comes along with cocaine that instead of working for 20 minutes, works for 3 hours, or 10 hours, or 20 hours? What if some of these other cathinones, synthetic drugs, and there's a wave of these new synthetic substances emerging. Maybe some of them will displace cocaine. They will find a consumer preference. Maybe some of them will be more risky, so maybe some of them will be safer. We don't really know where this is going to go, and especially when it's all taking place in an unregulated space, that makes policy design and responses especially difficult.
I mean, in the same way that the futurists are worrying about the risks of CRISPR and quantum computers and protein folding and all these things making some very, very complicated chemistry all of a sudden just a piece of cake to anybody with a basement and spare time. We should assume that the drug reality is going to change at some point in the future, and things will become ubiquitous and impossible to stop. That doesn't mean we have to make them ubiquitous right now to get a head start, but it means we need to think about these possibilities, and we need to think about regulation that could address also that kind of future.
You've discussed the potential consequences of new alternatives on the market and also the impact of regulation here in the West. But what happens to the rest of that supply chain? What happens to the farmers? What happens with the cartels if all of this changes? Have you got any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, from a cartel perspective, you could say, well, this is good because you're reducing one of their major sources of income, you're disempowering them. Hopefully a lot of the bad things that they do in terms of undermining institutions and environmental damage, you're going to hear more about that later from Neil. A lot of those things could get reduced if we either regulated cocaine or if the cocaine market moved to a synthetic version. Although that would potentially open up other new organized crime activity. But the problem is, of course, that there are there's several million people, perhaps 2 million people who work in the illegal cocaine economy who are not rich cartel bosses. They're not Pablo Escobars. These are mostly displaced people, people socially and economically marginalized people, living at the margins. It's a survival economy for them. They grow coca because they have few other alternatives, or they smuggle coca because they don't have any other options. And I think this is a development issue. This is it's a moral imperative that as we move towards a legally regulated market, we don't abandon these people who are already been oppressed and abandoned in so many other ways. We need to be thinking about them and how we can make sure that they have alternative, sustainable livelihoods, whether that's in a legal coca economy in the future or whether it's some kind of other alternative sustainable growth. But absolutely, we can't just abandon those people because they're already victims of the war on drugs. We don't want to make them victims of the reform and legalization as well.
Thank you very much, Paul and Dagfinn. Yeah,
Steve.
Steve, sorry. Thanks, Steve.
Cheers. Are we doing questions?
I think we'll skip. We'll move on. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm around later.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
notes.
yeah. So, as many of you have been to the Nordic Reform Conference before know, each year we present a prestigious award to someone whose contribution to the field is worthy of special recognition. To present this year's Nordic Reform Award, please welcome to the stage Ina Rolls Spinanger. There's like 300.
Yeah, I'm not Ina. I'm Halvard Hyrbakk. I'm chairman of the board of the Association for Safer Drug Policy. And every second year we present the Nordic Reform Award to an individual or group who has made a significant contribution to creating safer, more effective and more humane drug policies. The very first recipient was the late Thorvald Stoltenberg, one of the first politicians in Norway to champion decriminalization. Motivated by his daughter's long battle with addiction, Thorvald recognized the damaging effects of criminalization on her and countless others in similar situations. In 2019, the award was conferred upon Bent Høie, Norway's Minister of Health from the Conservative Party. Høie's efforts succeeded in shifting not only his party stance, but also the positions of the government and parliament. Owing to him, decriminalization became a feasible option in Norway. As many of you are aware, the Norwegian parliament rejected decriminalization in 2021. Funding for harm reduction services remains scarce, and our current government seems wedded to a punitive just say no approach to drug use. It can be disheartening, leading us to question whether our endeavors to end the war on drugs are futile. This year's Nordic Reform Award goes to someone who reignites our hope, reminding us that progress is still being made, albeit slowly. Acknowledging the global nature of our movement, we are awarding this honor internationally for the first time. This year's laureate has tirelessly advocated for decriminalization in her native Iceland. She has proposed decriminalization in Parliament 5 times annually since 2019, with the most recent proposal still awaiting a vote. Irrespective of the outcome, she has undeniably advanced the public dialogue in a positive direction. While others have kept silent, she has been at the forefront, tirelessly advocating for the termination of the drug war. We are optimistic that her work in Iceland will not only succeed, but also serve as a beacon, encouraging the rest of the Nordic countries to take similar action. So please join me in welcoming to the stage this year's Nordic Reform Award recipient, Halldóra Mogensen.
What a beautiful and crazy honor. Thank you. Can I have to put this down? I'll put these here. I don't know, I wanted to say a few words. This is beautiful. Thank you. It has never made sense to me that drug use is a police issue. It never did. But there are so many things in this world that never made sense to me, and this is just one of them. But I remember the first time I saw, I don't know if everyone in here knows Johan Hari, but I saw Johan Hari's TED Talk for the first time where he said that the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, but connection. And that really struck a deep chord within me because it surfaced a kind of obvious truth that not being sober is not really an issue. That's not the problem. Lack of consumer protection is a problem because it leads to illness, it leads to death. Lack of healthcare is a problem. Violation of citizens' rights is a problem, and stigmatization is a problem. Marginalization and disconnection is a problem, and most of the problems are caused by our current drug policies. You know, addiction is a problem. It isn't solved with our current drug policies. But addiction, it comes in many forms. We can form unhealthy relationships with all types of things. It's not just drugs. And punishing people, it just makes the problem worse. We use a lot of violence in our society. We use a lot of force, and violence, it isn't a solution to any problem. It's actually a lack of solutions that causes violence. So addiction, like so many other challenges we face, like declining mental health all over the world, that's a big challenge. I think this is a problem with the society we've created. It's not a problem with us, it's not a problem with the people. Our society is very, very sick, and it needs help. So Dagfinn spoke earlier of demand and how do we reduce demand. To me, the answer to that is very, very obvious. It's very easy. Implementing it might be a problem. But it has to do with how we make people's lives bearable, and not just bearable, how do we create conditions in which people can thrive? Because that's how we reduce demand and we reduce problems with drugs. And that's a big question, and there are a lot of solutions out there, but it's difficult to push the system in that direction. But we have to remember all the time that we've created this society, we've created all the systems, we've created our economic system, we've created the systems of wealth distribution or lack of system of wealth distribution and other things, and we can change it anytime. It's just a collective decision that us co-creators, humanity, can decide to do. Thank you so much for this award. I'm so honored, really. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Halldóra Mogensen. In celebration of Halldóra's award, we will now feast on cake made by our talented designers. This break is only 15 minutes, so grab your cake, be back in your seats ready for the next event at 2:30. Thank you. Hello. Please take your seats so that we can continue. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your cake. I had 2 slices. Whilst the damage caused to individuals by drug prohibition is hard to ignore, perhaps less obvious is the impact of the war on the drugs on the planet. Our next speaker has come to tell us that the news is not good. Neil Woods is a former undercover police officer from the UK, turned writer and international activist for drug law reform. He is chair of the European Law Enforcement Action Partnership, author of several books including Good Cop, Bad War, and a prominent voice in the global drug policy reform debate. Please welcome to the stage Neil Woods.
Wow. Thank you very much for that introduction. Just before the break, Johan Hari was mentioned. And I'm sure most of you have seen his TED Talk. Johan has said to me on more than one occasion of Norway, he said, Norway's full of beautiful people. He said it's a land of gods and goddesses. Now, I only need to look around the room to know what he's talking about, of course. But from my own visits to Norway and the region, the wider Nordic region, my impression of people from this region is that you are thoughtful, intellectual. And so in about 26 minutes, I will be calling on that intellect and thoughtfulness because I will be asking for your help. But before I get to that, I should really explain what I'm going to talk about today. And what I'm going to talk about is how fucked we are. So I'm really sorry to be the voice of doom, but unless we can end the international drug policy regime of prohibition, the planet is doomed. So that's quite a grand statement, so I suppose I better explain myself a little. I'm sure if we asked around the room, we could come up with loads of different ways how the illegality of the drug trade impacts on the environment. I'll give you a few examples. The chemicals used to process ephedra in northern Pakistan and Afghanistan, for example, is damaging the environment. The water extraction that is used to irrigate the poppy farms is turning Afghanistan into a desert. There is the waste products from cocaine production. There is the waste products from the MDMA and amphetamine markets, which is destroying rivers and the life in rivers in the Netherlands. I could go on and on and on. There's loads of them, absolutely loads of them, not least of which the carbon footprint of drugs law enforcement around the planet as well. I could go on, but all of those, in terms of the topic I'm about to address, are a drop in the ocean. They're almost irrelevant. Because the main problem that the drug policy regime is causing is corruption. It's corruption. Now, it's actually really difficult to talk about corruption because in many audiences, people have such faith in their institutions, especially in the global north, especially in Northern Europe. We trust our police, as we heard yesterday. We trust our systems. And it's very hard to think in terms of the impact and the size of global corruption. It's difficult not to come across, actually, as a conspiracy theorist. But let me explain just how huge this problem is. And the reason it's such a problem is that we want countries to have good governance and we want them to be able to act on the treaties that they sign. But unfortunately, the deforestation pledges that were signed at COP26 and COP27, for many countries that signed those pledges, those signatures are meaningless. Because those governments don't control their own backyard. How can you stop deforestation if the gangsters control your jungle? And this is the case for huge numbers of nations around the equatorial line, that green band that surrounds the planet, that is the most important part of the planet for the sequestration of carbon. So I think I should start with explaining at what point I became so obsessed with understanding the nature of drugs organised crime and the corruption associated with it. And it began for me really at trying to buy a large amount of crack cocaine from a gangster. Like many of my stories start that way, to be fair. I'd been infiltrating, or tried to infiltrate, a drug dealing gang out of Nottingham in the UK called the Bestwood Cartel, run by a very infamous UK gangster called Colin Gunn. And I tried for weeks and weeks to get close to him, and eventually I got introduced to one of his lieutenants. When I went to meet this lieutenant, he was very suspicious of me, and he turned up in this car. And he turned up with his 12-year-old son in the passenger seat next to him. And the gangster, the lieutenant, was dressed identically to his son. They had the exact same two-piece tracksuit, the same Nike Air Max trainers, the same gold chain, the same shaved head. It was like his son was a mini-me. And clearly he'd taken him along. Maybe I didn't know it was like go to work with Daddy Day or something, but clearly he'd taken him along to show him what he did all day. And what it turns out he did that day was stick a blade into my crotch. He placed a knife into my bollocks while he interrogated me. And I can assure you, having a knife there is quite off-putting. In fact, it makes conversation quite difficult. So he interrogated me. He was suspicious of me. He was asking me why I was there, who I knew, who had sent him to him, all of those kind of stories. While his son looked eagerly on, like, what's Daddy doing? Anyway, eventually, he decided he was happy with me, and I bought the drugs off him. And this is quite late at night, so I went back, and I didn't have that much sleep. And the next morning, we had an early morning briefing. And 2 of my backup team had gone off sick. So that morning after, I was introduced to 2 new police officers that I'd not met before. I was not happy about that at all. Now, when you've been working and living on your adrenaline for weeks and weeks and weeks, your senses become quite fine-tuned, almost to the point of paranoia. And so I was suspicious of these 2 new people. I shook the hand of the first one. I had no problem with him. Shook the hand of the second one, and the hairs just went up on the back of my neck. Every fibre of my being was telling me that this guy was wrong. I could not trust him. So I went to the senior investigating officer, the guy running the job, and I said, look, boss, I cannot go out on the streets knowing that that guy knows what I'm doing, and I'm not doing it. He was great. He said, fine, we'll exclude them both so they don't know anything about it. They've not been in the briefing yet. They've not been told anything about the job. It's fine. We'll just run short-staffed. So I was happy then, and I put it out of my mind. The job concluded, about 56 people arrested. I went on to another job. About a year later, I found out that police officer I'd taken exception to, a detective called Charlie Fletcher, was an employee of Colin Gunn, the gangster I was trying to infiltrate the gang of, which means he actually got closer to my inner circle than I did to his, which was particularly worrisome because during that whole operation, there was intelligence coming out that Colin Gunn was stating to anyone who would listen that if he caught an undercover police officer, that cop would be kidnapped, snatched off the street, taken to a very dark place, and tortured to death. So I think I had potentially quite a near miss, one of several over time. Now, in the debrief for that, I spoke to many senior cops, and I've spoken to many since, but in the debrief, this senior police officer, the senior detective, said to me, well, Woodsy, we know this happens. Of course this happens. With this much money involved, how can it not happen? And that was the beginning of my lesson, really, in just how widespread the understanding is amongst senior police everywhere of the extent of corruption and the extent of the threat. And in fact, the systems that we have within undercover policing, certainly in the UK, and I do know it's the same in many other countries, are designed to protect against that corruption. So before I would go to any job at all, the team that would be assembled to support me would have to have nominated roles. I'd have to have an exhibits officer, I'd have to have an intelligence officer, SIO, backup. They'd all be handpicked, and then they'd be told that they would be working completely separate from normal policing for the length of the operation. They wouldn't be allowed to speak to their colleagues. They wouldn't be able to log on to normal systems. They were complete like a cell, like a little terrorist cell. And the day before I got there, they would all be sat down and be given what's called a lawful order. And a lawful order is a big thing in British policing. You've got to sit up and take notice. It means if you don't pay attention to this, you could get disciplined or sacked. So they're all to sign this lawful order. And the order said that when the undercover operative arrives, you will not ask them their real name. You will not ask them where they're from or any personal questions whatsoever. If you do, you will be disciplined. And that was to protect me from corruption. Now, the point is that those kind of systems, running an operation like a terrorist cell, under pseudonyms, I was using the same pseudonym to my colleagues as I was to the drug dealers on the streets. None of those systems are in place for any other kind of policing. Only drugs policing. So the systems that are in place are in themselves a systematic admission of the extent of the problem. And as I've just explained, it still didn't protect me. He still got close to me. So I got quite obsessed with trying to understand how corruption works and the extent of it from that moment. And I read everything about organised crime, all of the intelligence that's available from around the world. I'm part of LEAP. I'm on the board of LEAP in the USA, so I'm privy to everything that comes out. But there are two interesting sources of information about organised crime. And as quite often, some of the most useful information actually comes from the prohibitionists. And there are two organisations. One is called Insight Crime, which is funded by the US government. And there's another one called the Global Initiative into Transnational Organised Crime, or GITOC. And they're funded by prohibition as well. They're funded by the European Union and various other political influences. But the thing is, what they tell us about organised crime is incredibly useful. The reports they do are so well researched, it's absolutely extraordinary. Some of the stuff that Insight Crime does on Latin America is just baffling in the detail that they publish. For example, Insight Crime did a study in Venezuela where they actually name the politician. They name the individual politician responsible for overseeing the cocaine transit in each of the Venezuelan ports. It's incredible information. GITOC have amazingly detailed reports from very skilled investigators and researchers around the world. So their reports are brilliant, but it's like they present all this information and then don't come to the obvious conclusion. It's like telling a joke, but without bothering with the punchline. But it's not too difficult to read between the lines, but this is useful information that we as a drug policy movement don't normally take that much notice of, but we need to. We need to understand the power of organised crime in order to be able to talk about it. One of the GITOC reports that came out in September 2021 was a brilliant piece of work. And it's clear, and I do know a few of the researchers and they do get it, it's clear that the researchers understand the punchline all too well, but they're just not allowed to say it. But sometimes they sneak in some of the answers. And in that report, in September 2021, it said that the growing power of transnational organised crime is the single biggest threat to our security and our democratic way of life. The single biggest threat. Now, if you go to a climate conference, and a lot of people might say that the climate crisis is the single biggest threat to our democratic life and our security. But I'm here to tell you that those two things are the same thing, and they intertwine. So the punchline in this report, though, that some researcher got in there, and he must have been really nervous slotting this line in, because there is a one-sentence paragraph in that report, and it says, we call for a global reset of drug policy, a global reset in response to this threat. How they got that past their masters, I've got no idea, but I was very appreciative of it. So it's in knowing this extent of corruption, we need to understand what's caused it and what is causing it, because it is getting worse with every passing year. And the reason for that is the cops. It's the police's fault, or rather it's what we tell the police to do. So I'll explain the mechanism of how corruption has got worse. Okay, so say the police catch a heroin dealer who controls, this is very, very loose and theoretical, but the police catch a heroin dealer who controls half of the heroin supply in Oslo. The heroin dealer who is most able to take up that opportunity that is being created by the police is a dealer who controls the other half. So what we're doing by policing over time is we're creating monopolies, or we create cooperatives. That's what we're doing over time. Drugs policing sharpens the sword of organised crime. It makes it more ruthless. It makes it more violent. It makes it more efficient. But it also makes it more monopolised. And this happens all over the world. So a good example is the Mexican cartels. There used to be a lot more different drug dealing gangs in Mexico, but now there's 3 super cartels. We've done that by trying to police drugs internationally. And those cartels have a bigger GDP than most West African countries. The most important at the moment supply route of cocaine into Europe comes across the Atlantic into West Africa. And to make those supply routes work efficiently, many of those countries have been corrupted in their entirety. And the reason that organised crime corrupts an entire nation rather than just an individual politician or a customs official is because it's more efficient. It's much more efficient. And increasingly, with every passing day, this is happening. We're looking at the downfall of Ecuador as a genuine, viable democracy almost on a daily basis. But that's already happened in West Africa. How does this impact on the environment? Well, if you've taken over a whole country or corrupted entire country's political institutions in order to make your drug business more efficient, also means that that blanket corruption means that you can do any other crime as well, because you've already paid for it with the drug money. So you can reinvest your drug money into illegal logging, illegal fishing, illegal gold mines. Whatever environmental harm, environmental crime that you want to commit, you can do now, because you own the state. You've already corrupted the systems. But what's important to note is that all of those separate illegal activities, the deforestation, the gold mining, etc., there isn't enough value in any of those other criminal activities to take over an entire state. We call these narco-states for a reason. It's only the value in the drug business that's big enough to take over an entire state. But once it's captured, you can do what you want with it. And there are very many tangible examples of the impact of that complete power around the world. But I'll give you a particular one. In Guinea, in April in 2001, the country of Guinea had the fastest deforestation, certainly in West Africa, possibly in the world. And then the civilian government, civilian democratically elected government, successfully stopped it. They shut down the logging companies, and they said, we're going to take our commitments to the world seriously, and we're going to stop it. And it did. It reduced it massively. September of that year, there was a military coup. As soon as that coup took over, Guinea again became the fastest deforester in West Africa, possibly in the world, in the space of a few months. The money, I believe, there is no tangible proof of this, I am interpreting intelligence from all over the place. I believe that coup was paid for by drug money and that Guinea is now entirely a narco state. In fact, there is a clear indication that the military took over merely to become the biggest drug dealing gang and to take the biggest advantage of the single biggest financial asset of that country. And you know what the single biggest financial asset of that country is? Money from the cocaine trade, the bribery. And now, no one is going to stop the deforestation in Guinea. Now, you can invite the Guinean government to the next COP, and you can point out to them if you want that, well, you signed to stop cutting the trees down, but you haven't done. They don't give a shit. The governance has gone. Now, if we look at other hotspots, we look at Honduras. It's been a narco state for some time. We're obviously witnessing the collapse of Ecuador at the moment. And sometimes our opposition prohibitionists will say, no, this is nothing new. We've had military control and corruption in Colombia for a long time. We had the civil war with the FARC, and they're just a big bunch of gangsters. Yeah, okay, we've always had destabilization. We've always had military coups. It's an obvious colonial hangover. But no, this is new. This is new, and this is recent. This is happening in the last few years. We have made organized crime truly transnational by our efforts to deal with drugs through policing rather than through health interventions. We've caused this. We've done this collectively. The National Crime Agency in the UK, they produce a brilliant report every year called the Strategic Assessment into Transnational Organised Crime. And in 2 of these reports in recent years, they've made a brilliant analysis and conclusion that the money from the illicit drugs trade is routinely reinvested into other forms of criminality. Routinely. But what that means, really, if you reframe that, it means that the value in the drug market makes other crime possible. All crime. Now, we all know, if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to start a business, you need startup funds, you need investment. So if you want to set up a people trafficking business or a counterfeiting business, you can't go to the bank. But the value in the drug markets are the bank for everything else that organised crime do. So when you hear a prohibitionist, quite often a senior cop will say this, when they say, oh no, we've got to keep arresting drug dealers because if we don't, organised crime, if we suddenly legally took legal control of the drug markets, organised crime would just go and do something else. No, that's bollocks. You don't create the opportunity for other crimes by shutting down the opportunity for another crime. You don't. Because where opportunities are already there, those crimes are already happening. Crime isn't caused by criminals. It's caused by opportunity. But what the value of the illicit drug market does, and bear in mind it's the 4th or 5th, the whole of the drug markets together, it's the 4th or 5th biggest trade in the world. It's bigger than textiles. We're all wearing textiles, right? It gives you an idea of the scale. That is incredible power, incredible political power, but it's also incredible reinvestment power into other crimes. So it's an important piece of evidence and observation from the National Crime Agency, but we have to apply that to what's happening with the environment. The displaced people in the Amazon, the land grabbing, the movement of drugs, which is destroying huge swathes of the Amazon. This is all drugs organised crime, but the reason that they can do that is because they have the power. They have the power because they have the money. It is that simple. We have to see this in economic terms. In terms of cocaine, there is something very dramatic going on, and there are news stories, not just in Norway. There's news stories in Ireland. I did an interview for Irish radio the other week. All over Europe, there is an increased prevalence of cocaine consumption and evidence of an increased demand. There is a rising demand both in Europe, Southeast Asia, all over the world for cocaine. In the last 12 months, the cocaine supply, the amount out there ready to be sold, has gone up 35%, according to criminal intelligence. 35%. The wholesale price of coca leaves has gone down by 70%. This is dramatic. Now, there's lots of commentators speculating as to the reasons why, but I don't think it's so complicated. It's just market. Transnational organised crime has, in the past, controlled the price of the wholesale kilo of cocaine in order to increase profit. They've done this for years. But the thing is, now, organised crime is truly transnational. Organised crime groups in the Netherlands and the UK are now working with some Italian mafia. That would not have happened 5 years ago. It's the West Balkans effect. The Albanians have forced everybody to become more cooperative. And this means that they have the power to decide to massively increase the supply. Because what's happened? It's now routine, normal, to get a gram of cocaine that's 100% pure. All the way down the west coast of the USA, British Columbia, Northern Europe, it's quite normal to get 100% pure, which means in real terms, it's an incredible price drop in a very short amount of time. Now, why that's important is that this is not good news for governance, because if organised crime are speculating on increasing demand further to make more money, then we know now where that money is going to be reinvested. So there's an urgency here. So with that urgency in mind, about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, I chatted with a friend of mine, Clemmy James, the brilliant Clemmy James of Health Poverty Action, and we were discussing the details of this and some of the evidence. And we spent some time trying to work out what we should do about it. And so we talked about forming a coalition, and that coalition now exists. Now, unfortunately, we have the rather clumsy name at the moment of the Drug Policy Reform and Environmental Justice Coalition. I actually forget it. Anyway, we are going to rebrand. We are going to try and find someone to fund a website. There's lots of things to do. But what we've done first is we produced a report. And this report has been co-written by many people, including some brilliant academics like Kendra McSweeney from Ohio University, who's been producing evidence on this topic for the last decade. But we've also got lots of people from that are really affected. So we've got SOS Amazonia, we've got academics from Brazil, Colombia, across the region, who have worked very hard in providing the evidence and the voice for this issue. So this is a new emerging issue for the drug policy reform debate. It is. This is the cutting edge discussion, and it's the most urgent at the moment, I believe. So this report is out in a couple of weeks, and we decided to go with the report, rather Clemmy did. It's her leadership, really. It's her work. She's brought the coalition together. She decided we would do this report first and see what support we can raise, what support we can get in order to then rebrand, do a website, and all of the other kind of outreach. But this report is designed really to be aimed at the environmental movement. Because we've tried to talk to the environmental movement. We've held events and we've invited them. We've tried to meet with them. We've met with someone from Greenpeace. We've met people from Global Witness. We've got someone from Global Witness in the coalition, but we haven't organisationally got them on board. And there are reasons for this. One is that the environmental activist groups often don't want to be tainted with drugs, dirty things. But we haven't got time for stigma. We haven't got time for squeamishness. They all need to realise that this is a significant barrier to climate justice. It's a significant barrier to what we need to do to save the planet. Possibly the biggest one. Because you can agree whatever measures you want. If you haven't got a government that's actually got the power to implement them, you're wasting your time and your resources. So we need them to think. So, as I said, I'm going to ask for your help. I'm sure amongst you, you will know somebody, or you will know someone who knows someone who is an environmental activist or who works in that sphere or knows those people. I mean, someone in here might even know someone who knows Greta Thunberg. I don't know. I have no idea. But I need your help. So I'm going a few seconds over my time. Please forgive me for that. So when this report comes out, please get a copy of it. I'm going to distribute it. I'll get copies to Dagfinn and Ina and whoever else wants them. Please get a copy of this report. Get it under the nose of people who really need to be thinking about this. And let's join our movements together. Let's join those that are fighting for our planet together with our movement. And let's make the drug trade work for governance, work for the people and for the planet, and not against it. So, you beautiful people, Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. So here to round off the conference, we have another Brit, stand-up comedian Jim Swan. Since his debut in 2012, he's performed twice at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, appeared on Comedy Central. Okay, more embarrassment then? This is his first time doing stand-up. Please be very kind and supportive, Jim Swan.
Hello. Oh, this is so weird. I don't need to hold the microphone. Look, stand up, no hands. Hey, it's amazing. I can do anything. Look, I can stand up, rearranging the furniture. Fantastic. Okay, hey. So, Nordic Reform Conference. Make some noise. Fuck. That's more noise than I thought you'd do on a fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's fantastic. Yes. Okay. Energy. Right. Give me an N. And I don't know, an F. That'll do. Brilliant. Fantastic. Yeah. So I imagine. So yeah. For those of you who live here, hi, and for those of you who don't come from Norway, welcome. Great. Good stuff. Where are you guys from? Finland. Okay. But are you just visiting for this thing, or? Yeah. Lovely. How did you like Norwegians? Of course. Yes. Just wait to the after party. Whoa, that's going to be amazing. How long have you been to Norway before? Yeah. Have you heard the Norwegian birthday song? You haven't heard the Norwegian? The Norwegian birthday song is amazing. Am I right? The Norwegian, it's just shits all over the English birthday song. I feel like the English birthday song was like written at the last minute by somebody who didn't really want to do the job. You know what I mean? Like, oh fuck, I don't know. Happy birthday to you. Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control V, Control. I've done it. What do you reckon? Yeah, I know, but I thought less is more, you know. But the Norwegian birthday song is like a fucking roller coaster, you know. It's all over the place, you know. It's got a bridge. It's got 2 verses. It's got car chases and lightsaber duels. It's incredible, you know. It's like, hooray for you, whose year it is filling. We've all arranged to stand around you in a ring. We've actually rehearsed a dance, is what we've done. Yeah, we're all going to bow and nod and curtsy, and also to show our appreciation to you and respect, we're going to walk around in a ring as well. Yes, because that's the international symbol of appreciation and respect. Yeah. I don't know if you saw the Norwegian Prime Minister abroad, like meeting diplomats and stuff, like, hey, Portugal, nice to meet you. Paraguay, hello. Yeah, embarrassing. But whenever it gets to that, my favorite bit, obviously, is the book a Nick and I bit, which is that should just be a phrase on its own. You know, it's your birthday? Oh, book a Nick and I. Right. For those of you who don't know, that means it means bow and nod and curtsy, right? And when people are singing it with kids, then everybody does like the dance. They go bow and nod and curtsy. But then when you're like, it's somebody's like 30th birthday party, and it approaches that bit in the song, everybody looks at each other out the corner of their eyes going, are we gonna do the dance? Or are we just doing the lyrics? We're just doing the lyrics, right? No dancing. Can we all agree in silence while we're singing there's no dancing? And there's always one person, like a drama student, who goes, no, and then if one person starts, everybody goes, oh shit, all right, fuck, we're doing the dance. So, we've got a clicky thing. I've got so much stuff. We've got a laser pen. I was told not to use it. I don't want to kill anybody. Oh shit, okay, this is great. Okay, so yeah, nice to be here. Nice to finally be referred to as one of the world's leading voices in anything. That's quite nice. I could have maybe chosen a different picture. Yeah, it is, you know, not going to be taken very seriously. So I could have gone with that one. Jim Swan, nice person. Jim Swan, babysitter. Or Jim Swan, my favorite tech wizard. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. But this has been all over the social media, right? Because they said send in a picture, and I only have stupid pictures, right? And so I sent this one in, and I didn't think it would be used for promoting this event at all, right? So I'm like flipping through Instagram, you know, doom scrolling, and that comes up, and it just says, you know, the förening Trygghetspolitik, you know, which translates to this thing, right? And it says, join to learn what can be done to minimize the harms caused by both drug use and current drug policies. And he doesn't say, you know, brackets, Jim Swan will be there, the comedian Jim Swan. No. Just look at this fucking freak. Unbelievable. So now, and people I know are like, did I see your face? Yes. So now everybody just thinks I'm a drug addict, or more people do anyway. Or it's just confirmed what they already thought they knew to be true. Yeah. So there's oh shit. Yeah. For just those of you who didn't see at the back, there's my face. There's my face. Okay, so it's nice to be. I mean, what were the organizers thinking? What were the organizers thinking? Putting my and it's not like anybody knows who I am even. I'm not like a famous Norwegian comedian, right? Okay, never mind. So I need to do. I need to do quite a lot of research for this, right? Because I didn't have loads of material on drugs or anything. So I did research, and it was quite nice actually being able to do research about drugs and be able to claim it's just research. It's research for a gig, right? And not worried about like people looking at my browser history. So I'm hoping to get a gig at the talk at the conference about whether we should criminalize porn next year. It's just research. Trust me, it's so embarrassing when people find stuff on your computer. It's awful. You know, it's the sensible thing to do if you watch something that you're kind of embarrassed about, right, is that you should just delete it from the history immediately. But I can never be bothered to do that. So I'll just like wait, let it go like half a year and then just delete everything, which looks a bit suspicious. When someone goes onto your computer and they go, oh, I see you've never been on the internet. No! Definitely haven't been looking at porn because I've never used the internet. What? What's internet? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's that. And people have been doing drugs forever. This is AI. How good is that? It's brilliant. Although it's kind of funny because like this joint thing just turns into the lip. But that isn't actually that isn't what they did back in the day. But it was like, you know, temperature warning. Is everybody okay? Good, right, okay, great. I did research, and there was like, you know, they found like drug use from like 3,000 years before Christ, but it was all like elites, you know, right? You know, it was all like, you know, in ceremonies and stuff. I mean, obviously the elites still do drugs today, but it's not the same. It's not, you know, they kind of do it. It's a bit sort of hush hush these days, right? But back in those days, it was like, you know, it was part of the ceremony. It wasn't like King Tut, your subjects await you. Okay, yeah. Hello, everybody. Hi, sorry. And, yeah, you know what I mean? No, that's fair enough. I'm normally funnier than this. That's all right. So, what else have I got here? Yeah. And like mushrooms. So this is from like, did anybody seen this before? It's terrifying. It's horrible, right? Covered in mushrooms, but this is like, I don't know, it goes like way back. What is it, like 1970s or something? It's really old. Super old. No, it's like thousands of years old. And these are from like, I don't know, does anybody know where they're from? Mexico, yeah, probably, yeah, I don't know. But, you know, quite obvious what they are, you know. I don't know, I mean, they look like mushrooms, but it's quite possible they had, you know, other uses, I don't know. Use your imagination. and yeah, and then this is from Egypt or somewhere with like a it's from a scroll of like papyrus, and it has like it has references to drug use in it, and I took the liberty of doing a quick Google Translate just to find out what some of these things mean. So there's that one. Can you feel anything here? And that one there. And that one, of course. And then finally that one there. It's crazy. They were just crazy, just like we are today. It was mental. But so I grew up on Earth. I came from quite a liberal family. I don't think my parents ever did drugs or anything. I grew up with the sort of pop culture where drugs were sort of referenced. And I grew up with the Beatles. And I'm sure you've all heard. Is this on? There we go. I grew up with the Beatles, and so you kind of got. You knew that drugs was this thing, and it sort of altered your mind, and it made people make really amazing art, right? And so and one of the songs in particular, which you may know, is called "Tomorrow Never Knows," which is like one of the Beatles' most like trippy songs. And I remember hearing this when I was a kid and being like, "Wow, that's what." Can you all hear it? Can you hear it? Yeah. And like, wow, that's what doing acid is like. It's like really, really trippy, right? And then I got to the point in my life, when I was at university, and actually had the opportunity to do acid and listen to that song, and it sounded more like this. Just a bit scary. Not nice at all. It was just weird. So I realized that, culture had lied to me. But that was, that took me about a day. pretty happy about that. I grew up in Norway, but I moved back to England and went to university there, there was never any drugs when I was growing up in Norway, but when I moved back to England, suddenly they were just everywhere, right? I remember us learning about saying no to cigarettes and saying no to alcohol, right, when I was a kid in Norwegian school. But there was never any mention of saying no to drugs or anything. So I was like, okay, oh well, they didn't tell us to not say no. But I like this. I love this. Just say no. Like if you learn that once at school, then that's all you need. Just say no. Like you're going to be in a situation when you're 19, 20, and hang out with some friends, and suddenly there's like a joint going around, and suddenly something just kicks in, and you go, no, thank you, no, I do not want to partake in your drugs, and then they go, oh, sorry, I don't know what happened. What's going on? No, nothing. Did you want? No, I don't want any of your drugs. So I didn't just say no. I just said yes. I said yes, please. Yes, please. I would love, because I felt it was kind of like a local dish. You know what I mean? Like, would you try? Oh, go on, I'll try. Well, what is it? Weed? Is that how I'm pronouncing it right? Weed. Interesting. Okay. So that's what I did. So I just, in my very English upper middle class kind of way, I just said yes, please. One drugs, please. One drugs. So I've got 7 minutes left. I've made so many slides. I'm never going to get through them all. That's crazy. Okay. I'll have to jump over that. I'll actually. Okay. So I went to uni in England. And I hung out with kind of sort of druggy people. I mean, they weren't drug addicts, or maybe they were. They probably were, but in a sort of socially acceptable way. But it was just a mess. It was just dirt and trash everywhere. It looked like a crack den, but it was just students, really. You know, but that's why English students are just disgusting. And you've got like, you know, you've got wall-to-wall carpet fucking everywhere. It's just wall-to-wall carpet in the kitchen, wall-to-wall carpet, in the bathroom, wall-to-wall carpet, all the way up to the toilet, wall-to-wall carpet. You know, up the toilet bowl, down below, under the water level, wall-to-wall carpet, everywhere. And so I'd go to my friend's house, and they'd make dinner and eat off all the plates, and then they wouldn't wash the plates. And then when there were no plates left, then they'd just eat out of the pans. And then when there were no pans left, they'd eat out of the lids of the pans, right? And then I came round to my friend's house once, and I swear he was sitting on the couch eating spaghetti bolognese off a stop sign. Like, just... You know, when you've eaten everything up and you scrape the sauce off, there's a big word glaring at you there. Stop! Stop! Do the washing up. Unbelievable. But I feel like I was always quite responsible with my drug taking. You know, back at uni. You know, I never did drugs and drove a car. You know, I didn't have a license, so. That would have been a bit stupid, you know. I mean, doing drugs and driving when you have a license is one thing, but if you get in a car and you're, you know, on ketamine or something, and you don't have a license, you got to have some pretty big balls and good at explaining when the police come. I don't have a license. I'm just, it's okay. We're not going to arrest you because you're just sitting in a car park with no trousers on in a car. Fine then. So yeah. But drugs are, you know, they're incredibly available. It's so easy to get drugs. It's mental how easy it is to get drugs. Look, I got a number from a friend. He said you can use this number, so you know, text, you know, can I have, I don't know what's normal, 15 grams of coke? Is that, I guess, yeah, and then send it. Send, yeah? And then, you know, and just wait. God, they make it look so easy on Breaking Bad. Come on! Oh, never mind. Fine, fuck. So, did anybody see this? Right, this was a woman who was arrested for smoking a joint outside a festival, right? And she was taken to the police station and made to get undressed and squat, right, to see if anything came out. And I just like the idea that they think that this woman was at home and shoved a joint up her arse and was then going to go into a festival and then go into a porta potty and press it out and then look for it in the mountain of poo in the portable toilet and then take it out and light it and share it with her friends. Okay, do you want some, is that the rectum one or yeah, it's the bum one, yeah. Do you want some of the bum joint? No, I'm good. I'm good. It's ridiculous. I was stopped at Torp, the airport, and they, you know, they said, that guy, obviously that guy, obviously him, and they stopped me and they went through my stuff and they said, okay, do you have any drugs in you, right? Like, do you have anything up you? And I said, no. And they said, if you do, it's easier if you just tell us the truth now, right? And I said, okay. I don't. I don't have any up me. And they went, okay. And then they took me to this room, right? Which was quite nice of them. You know, took me to a room. And I was made to undress. And as I was undressing, the policeman had the nerve to say, just so you know, this is as uncomfortable for me as it is for you. Is it? Is it really? Well, you must be having an awful time. Must be terrible. And I was made to get undressed and then squat as well. And then, yeah, nothing came out. And they said, all right, thanks, sorry for wasting your time. What else have we got then? We've got, mushrooms, there's no time for that. I was going to say, yeah, these are illegal. They're illegal. How crazy is that? Something that grows in the nature is illegal. You know, and I don't know how it works. If it's like, if you eat them straight from the ground, are you in possession of them? Does that count as having them in your possession? Or if the police come, you can say, "Oh no, they're not in my possession, but I'm in their possession." Yeah. And they stick you in prison. You go, yeah. So you think you put me in prison, but really you're in prison. You're in the prison of your own beliefs, frankly. Guys, I think I've got like a minute left, but the rest of this slideshow is rubbish. So I think should we just leave it there? Should we leave it there? Right. What? Okay. One more. I don't really have anything else. There was some more mushroom stuff. What else have we got? Yeah, okay. I've got a little bit more time. I've got 55 seconds. I was reading about like what you should do if somebody has been poisoned by psychedelic mushrooms. Because that's what they like on health websites. It says if you've been poisoned by this, and they said you should go to the doctor. Now, I mean, if I'm sure any of you who have been to a hospital waiting room will know that it's the worst place to be in sober. Okay, so having to be there while you're on mushrooms seems like a really, really bad idea. And then there's like all these lists of all these drugs they could give you, and you've got like strangers looking in your face and giving you drugs and making you swallow shit. And no, that's not what you want at all. You want somebody like this. That's where you want to be. Although, to be honest, I've probably been more places like this where there's just full of some sort of insufferable hippie. So that isn't really where you want to be at all. Where you really want to be is somewhere like this. The Norwegian countryside, sort of between August and October, which is incidentally exactly when the mushrooms are available and grow. So yeah, that's my advice to you guys.
Tusen takk, fantastisk.
Thank you very much, Jim. We're nearly done, but just before we finish, we will have a word from the people who set up the booth upstairs. I've heard that many of you have gone and checked it out. This Just Say No, dispatches from an alternative reality where the war on drugs never happened. This project was put together by the designers Isak Gundrudsson, Natalia Moisech, and Enrique Encinas. Yes, okay. Natalia is a digital UI designer, and together with experienced designer Isak, co-founder of the creative studio Alchemist. Enrique is associate professor in interaction design at the Oslo School of Architecture and Design. Their project was to create a playful and creative experience which could help us imagine and co-create more responsible, safer, and more humane futures together. Please welcome to the stage Natalia, Isak, and Enrique.
No pressure. Hi, everyone. So we are super excited to present to you the design intervention that I think you might have seen upstairs that has been running for the past 2 days. What was that about? So the Nordic Reform Conference is a fascinating event, as you have experienced, where a thriving community of very different people learn together about drug policy reform, harm reduction, and human rights. So we wanted to know more about you. About us, the community that gathered here for the past 2 days, and then share back what we found. In particular, we wanted to explore your memories and experiences of the past. We wanted to know about your hopes and fears for the future, and then how all these relate to the present that we share here at the Nordic Reform Conference. Now, Isak, Natalia, and myself use design as a research tool, and that's why we invited you all to participate in a rather creative and performative activity that we titled Just Say No. The design intervention began with introductory question about your interest. We ask things like, what are the reasons that brought you here today? What issues and concerns are you dealing with professionally or otherwise that intersect with Nordic reform? And what would you like to learn or know more about during this conference?
Okay, I started the movie a little bit late. Let's finish it first. I was silent. I'll just wait awkwardly. Soon, just second after. Okay, good. Yes, and then we invited you into an alternate timeline that we created, where the war on drugs never happened. we did this by simple exhibition design. We sort of created a space where you come in, there's a screen telling you this video, and we just replaced plants with Lego plants to make it feel.
Put a carpet.
And put a carpet. Felt like a different reality. And in this reality, all the billions spent on the war on drugs were spent on harm reduction, education, research. There was no issues with drugs in this reality. There's no reason to have Nordic Reform. There's no reason to be here. Here at this event, it was a lot of reasons to be in that reality because it seemed cool. But yet we wanted to find out the deeper meaning of what drove all of you to come here, except drugs. So by sort of putting you into this alternate space, we asked you, there is still an event going on, what is it, and why are you here, to try to figure out the underlying motivation and drive that got you here. And we got a lot of interesting replies.
Yes. Some of you would be attending conference about food, social housing, erotic festivals, conferences about human consciousness, and events trying to map out the alternate states of reality. Many of you would like to help people get better at analytical thinking and active listening to tackle topics, such topics as how we think about human nature, how we create laws and norms, and how we govern. Again, as designers, we turn the insights you shared with us into a visual narrative, and those are some of the examples based on your answers that we just put through Midjourney. And yeah. And then the last question that we asked was about what would need to happen in the real world so that you could make this transition from drug policy reform to the conferences that you mentioned earlier. And what we heard back is that you all would be able to move forward, but only if you would feel like there's no need to repeat, explain, and educate people about why the current situation is just not working, what is harm reduction, why we need harm reduction initiatives, and why we should, at the very least, try to change how the current situation looks like. And it became clear that we would all really appreciate reaching a place where we don't have to say all over again the same thing using different words to the same people. So we already talked about how can we improve it, so we hope we can do it next time. And thank you everyone for joining us on the trip to the alternative reality and sharing with us what you have discovered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isaac, Natalia, and Enrique. This year's conference is almost over, but we've still got a long night ahead of us. So if you haven't done so already, please book your after-party ticket or get it on the info desk. But before we go and put on our dancing shoes, Ina will share a few closing remarks. Please welcome Ina.
So I'm not going to speak for long. I just really want to thank a lot of people. So I want to start with thanking on behalf of Safer Drug Policies in Norway. I want to thank you, all the speakers and panelists. You are so great. I got so much positive feedback from the audience, and I hope you also felt the love from the room after your talks. So I'm really proud to have all of you on the stage. So thank you so much. So this conference is actually partly funded by, or mostly funded by the Norwegian Health Directorate, which we are very grateful for. Unfortunately, we got a bit of lower funding this year. So we were actually discussing if we could do the conference or not with a lower budget. So it was especially two people that helped us be able to continue our plans. So I want to give them a special thanks. And so I hope Joachim from Ghost Collective, are you here somewhere? Yes, please come up on the stage. Thank you so much. Joachim is also, I mean, opening so many doors, helping us out with the Safe Space project, and the Ghost Collective is also helping, or actually hosting the party tonight. So without them, there wouldn't be a party either. So I'm really, really thankful. So next up, I want to thank you all from Røverstaden, the location that we are in. We have been able to be here. We have been here with, a really, really reduced price. So I'm really thankful for that. I don't expect to get this cheap price on further bookings. But you have been really working hard, coming here at 6 in the morning and helping us with all the work to do this conference. So Ranveig, if you can come up. And also this applause is to everybody at Røverstaden, but Ranveig, please come up. Ranveig? Okay. Maybe someone can get Ranveig, and then I'll just continue thanking. Yes. So I want to. Yes. So I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't have flowers for everybody. So I'm just gonna hope that applause is good enough. But I'd like to give a short applause for all the great designers that were just presenting. They have done. Especially Alchemist, have done the design for the web page and all the screens and everything. This thing here is handmade by them, and so they're doing a great work. So I want to give them a big applause, and also Erika. Might be difficult to see you guys in the back, but Mats is doing the sound, and Dan Inge is doing the streaming and all the video production. So thank you. And then there is a person who's been being like she's been the project manager for this conference since June. And I think it would be a bit of chaos if it hadn't been for her. So I'd like to give you a warm up. I hope to give a warm applause to Anna Heifet. So, yes, and then, of course, our great conference host is doing. I think he's done a really good job, and I just want to let you know that if anyone of you are planning to have a conference, he might be open to other jobs as well. So I want to give, if you can give a warm applause to Dominic, right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then in the end, if all the volunteers can please come up, and also the people employed who's been working on this conference. So if Signe and Lars and Emil and everybody else can come up on the stage, I think you really deserve a warm applause as well, because you're doing so much good work on the conference. Okay. Yeah. And Ranveig, if you are here now, I don't know where your flower went, but Ranveig fra Øverstrand. I hope I remember everybody, but in the end, I just wanted to thank you all in the audience. Of course, there's no conference without an audience, but it's also, for each year, it feels like it's not just random people coming. It feels almost like meeting a family again. It's so many people attending this conference again and again. And also, it's really warming my heart to see so many people coming from other countries. So a special thanks to you coming from Finland, and to people coming from Iceland and Denmark and Sweden and other countries. Thank you so much. I really look forward to see you hopefully again in 2 years. And then it's, I guess, just to wait for the party. So I hope to see you all at the party today.